Greetings to friends around the world. It's 12:30 p.m. here in Norway, in the morning in the United States, and 4 p.m. in Iran. Welcome to Woman, Life, Freedom, the theme of this year's Nobel Peace Conference. Women's rights are human rights. My name is Sri Srinivasan, and I'm a member of the Nobel Prize Outreach Board and CEO of Digimentors. It's my honor to be your digital co-host today. We are proud to bring you more than 4 hours of live programming from the beautiful Nobel Peace Center in downtown Oslo. We're doing something different this year for our online audiences. We're going to do the special show before the main stage program, and we're going to keep coming back and forth between the two stages, and we're going to bring in as many questions, comments, and greetings from around the world as possible. So we want to hear from you. Please tag us, follow us, share your content. Tell us where you're watching from. We'd love to know where you are right now, what you're doing. Maybe you're sitting at your desk ready to start your day. Maybe you're taking a break, you're in a car, you're walking. We'd love to hear what you're doing and where you are and what you think of this theme. Women's rights are human rights. We're live on nobelpeacecenter.org and on Facebook and on YouTube. Please share. Please comment, please follow. We have a unique partnership with United World College. We have watch parties in 5 different countries and a special IRL in real live audience right here in the Nobel Peace Center. Hello, everybody. If they will let me speak, they will be, these are students from the awesome folks, the awesome team at United World College, Red Cross, Nordic. So welcome, everybody. Their goal is to drown me out with the excitement and all the sharing and questions they're going to have today. We are in the brand new Mandela Room, named, of course, for the Nobel Peace Laureate, Nelson Mandela. A quote of his adorns the wall here. The best weapon is to sit down and talk. The best weapon is to sit down and talk. And that's what we're going to do for the next 4 hours. And we want you to participate and tell everyone who's watching right now. Tell your friends, text them, WhatsApp, tell them that this is live. They can watch us right now or they can watch the recording later. So first, we're going to bring up a couple of guests, and we're going to start by bringing up 2 students from United World College right here in Norway. So we're going to ask Mubashra and Tavi to come on up. Going to grab those mics, and you're going to tell us a little bit about United World College.
Hey, everybody. Okay. Yeah. So United World College is a movement of colleges located on 4 different continents, and our mission is to make education a force to unite cultures, nations, and people for a more sustainable and peaceful future. And all of us are here from the branch that is located in Norway, which is United World College Red Cross Nordic. Yeah.
All right, so tell us about that particular branch of the school. Go ahead.
Okay, so UWC for us is like education which gives us opportunity to unite each other, to contribute to the local environment and to the global perspective, and it's like crazy opportunity to actually make difference in the world and to make peace.
One of the best things about UWC is this exactly, that it provides education irrespective of your background, of your gender, where you're from, what your economic situations. So that's what makes it such a great mission and such a great educational force.
So tell us how what we're doing today is connected to your education. You said you want to make a difference, Tavi.
Yeah, I mean, today we are talking about women's rights and peace. So also that's one part of the what UWC does, aligns with the UWC ideas and commitments. And also if we invest in women's rights and let people, then we invest in the better future and peace too. And that's why we have different activities on campus and feminist club, and local events that happen around the world, and we're just trying to make the world a better place for everyone.
Thank you, Mubashir. Tell us about going to school with people from all over the world. I asked earlier, how many people were not born in Norway and are going to the school in Norway? Raise your hands. Look at that. That's amazing. If the online audience can see it, almost every hand here went up. So what is that like to be in such an international environment, especially when you're just still in high school? It's called United World College, but it's a high school.
I would describe it as absolutely crazy. Like, that is something I would have never thought that would be happening to me in my teens even. For me, like, I come from a very small town. Like, I haven't had much exposure before coming here, and then I come here and there's like more than 80 nationalities. There's people from all over the world. There's like so many amazing people, and it's just absolutely crazy. Like, I can't believe how diverse our community is and how just different everyone is. And it's like we all come together to make a very multicultural and diverse environment at the campus. And I think that's one of the best things about UWC, how diverse it is, how multicultural it is. And yeah, it's just absolutely amazing.
That's so great. So later on, we're going to do a global poll asking people to say what women's rights means to them. So I'm going to practice on both of you. One word. What does women's rights mean to you? Tavi, you go first.
Equality.
Equality, okay. Mubashir?
It's not a goal, it's a key.
It's a key. All right. What a great job. Thank you so much, both of you. You're going to join your friends right there. Folks, we hope you're tagging us, sharing this, posting your questions. Tell us where you're watching from around the world. We're live from the Mandela Room at the Nobel Peace Center. And now I'd like to invite two more guests to join us on stage. First, we're going to ask Ingvild to join us. Ingvild is the main host of the Nobel Peace Conference. Ingvild, welcome and thank you for being here. And we have the new chair of the Norwegian Nobel Committee, Jørgen Friednes is here. Hello. Ingvild, how are you feeling?
Great. It's such an energy in this room. Thank you.
And so we're going to make sure that this energy goes to you when you're hosting the whole thing. So what are we going to see? What are we going to experience for the next 3.5 hours or so?
We have amazing speakers. We have Nobel Peace Prize laureates. We have gender activists from across the world. And we have some of the world's foremost experts on gender equality and on human rights. And I hope we will all learn something and also be inspired maybe to do something ourselves with some of those huge problems that we're struggling within the world today.
And that's why we have these students here, because they're going to help inspire us and inspire your audience as well. Jørgen, welcome. You are the chair of the Nobel Norwegian Committee. Tell us what that means. And it sounds like an awesome responsibility.
Well, it means first and foremost that our main task is to discuss and decide who should be the laureate of this year. So we are 5 people in the committee, and we spend most of the year until early October to discuss, to figure out and decide who should become this year's laureate.
So there's a week in October where all the prizes are announced, one after the other, and the Friday in October is when the Peace Prize is announced. Take us behind it a little bit without giving away the secrets about what that's like and how nervous do you get?
Well, first and foremost, I must say this is my first year.
Yes, that's right. This is
Chair.
your first time. Yeah.
So will I be nervous? Obviously. The most famous door in Norway is at the Nobel Institute. It opens up with millions of viewers looking at that door. And this year with me coming out to reveal this year's Nobel Peace Prize.
And how many meetings are you in? People can be nominated from around the world by parliamentarians. Getting nominated is not the thing. It's about the process and being taken seriously. Talk about that a little bit.
So the deadline for nomination is the 31st of January. So from that day on, we start our very regular meetings throughout the year. And we discuss and we discuss. We have a network of researchers, academics all around the world that helps us with documentation on figuring out the facts we need to take that decision. And then we slowly move towards who should receive this year's prize. So now, basically, we're in the midst of it. We are in the midst of the most hectic period of the year. And so you'll see on Friday of October the 11th.
And that's when the name will be announced and this person's life will change. Ingvild, you'll be on this side at the Nobel Peace Center. What will that day be like?
We are just as excited as everybody else because some people believe that we know something in advance, but we don't. So we stand there, we watch the press conference, we watch Jürgen come out, and then we applause, we cheer, we're excited, and then we start working on the next Nobel Peace Prize exhibition about the new laureate. And that exhibition opens the day after the ceremony in the City Hall. So we have 2 months to create a full exhibition.
And I can tell you, having worked at the Metropolitan Museum and other places, normally it's 3 to 5 years for an exhibition. You do one in 2 months. So October is the announcement. The ceremony is for a week, a week of Nobel, as they say it, in Stockholm for the other prizes and the Peace Prize here. Jürgen, what does it mean to have the Peace Prize here in Norway? Why is that important?
Well, Alfred Nobel decided that the Peace Prize should be awarded in Oslo of a committee consisting of 5 people who gets that responsibility out of the Norwegian Parliament. The institution, the Nobel institution, and the committee is completely independent, but Alfred Nobel wanted it to be in Norway. And since then, the first prize in 1901, it's been I think, important part of Norwegian history as well as world history. This is Norway. This is the home of the Nobel Peace Prize. It is important part of being in Oslo.
Yeah, and we have an online audience. Ingvild, do you want to tell them a little bit about the center? And apart from the exhibition, what they can see? And even if they go online right now, there's a great Yoko Ono exhibition that they can see, digital one.
Exactly. Thank you for that question, Sri. The Nobel Peace Center is the museum for the Nobel Peace Prize. So obviously we tell the story about the Nobel Peace Prize, the laureates and their work. And our mission is to inspire to a more peaceful world, nothing less. And we do that through not just exhibitions, but also we do a lot of school programs. We have students coming from all over Norway, and we also have digital student programs online for download. So we have students all over the world learning about the Nobel Peace Prize and the laureates on our website. And we do events like these.
Great. Before we go, we know you have to get on the main stage. I want to ask you about Nargis Mohammadi, the imprisoned 2023 laureate. The wording in the announcement was she's being recognized for her fight against the oppression of women in Iran and her fight to promote human rights and freedom for all. Now that a year has passed, how would you assess what has been the meaning of getting this award for her and for women's rights as human rights?
In the next couple of hours, we will meet several people who's been working day and night for the vision of Nargis to happen. Herself is still imprisoned in prison in Tehran under very harsh conditions. And for the family, for the friends, for the Nobel family, but also for the world, how a Nobel Peace Prize laureate is still being treated is a grim reality. That said, look at Kiana and Ali Rahmani, her children, how they as 17-year-olds have basically come up on the occasion to fulfill and be their voice of their mother. And I think to show that both enthusiasm, the responsibility, is crucial for understanding how we can proceed of still not giving up.
And that, of course, is the theme of this conference, and we're going to all talk about not just the rollback of rights, Ingvild, you're going to push us for solutions, because we want to be not just lamenting the problem, but looking at hopefully fixing the problem.
That's right, Sri. We always try to make people leave the Nobel Peace Center with a sense of hope even though our topics are often quite grim and serious, we believe that change is possible, and we believe that we need people like you to make that change happen. So that's why we try to present some solutions and leave you all with some hope and inspiration.
Hope and inspiration. What a great topic for today, and great words from both of you. Thank you very much, Ingvild. Thank you, Jørgen. Good luck. All right, folks, how are you doing? Excited? Yeah. We're about 15 minutes before we go live to the main stage, and so everyone, please share this conversation with the world. Tag us, follow us, tell your friends that they can join us. Share the link on WhatsApp or Snapchat or TikTok, all the different places that people can follow us. We have 3 hashtags we're using. Nobel Peace Conference. We're using Woman, Life, Freedom, and hashtag Free Nargis. So please use those hashtags. Let's get the word out about the conference and about Nargis. So now we are ready for 2 more guests. Let's welcome them, please. We're going to be joined now by Rebecca Vincent and Karen Karliker. Please come on up. Greetings to both of you. Karen is Director of Campaigns at RSF International. No, that's me. Yes, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Rebecca is Director of Campaigns at RSF International, and Karen is Director of Writers at Risk at Penn, 2 very important organizations that are working every day for human rights and the rights of women and everybody. So
in fact, could we just add our colleagues from the Frontline Defenders as well, which also joins us on the steering committee?
Yes, please. Join us. We'll have to share the microphone, but you're welcome here.
I barely need it.
Yeah. Thank you very much all for being here. Tell me a little bit, please, about the work you're doing and why you're here, each of you. We'll start with you,
Sure.
Rebecca.
So my organization, Reporters Without Borders, Reporters Sans Frontières, so if you hear me say RSF, it's because of our French acronym. We work to defend the freedom, independence and pluralism of journalism around the world and those who embody those ideals, like Narges Mohammadi. For us, Narges is such an emblematic case, not just for the situation in Iran, but globally, what she represents and sort of her lifelong battle for so many aspects of human rights, including press freedom. So we were delighted to be approached by the Nobel Peace Center to come together and form a new coalition in support of Narges. But again, that's also to to highlight the emblematic quality of her case and shed light on the broader situation. So our organizations on the steering committee all have slightly different mandates, and so we all have slightly different reasons for being here. For us, the press freedom situation is so dire. We know of at least 25 journalists that are currently detained, including Narges, many others who face other forms of pressure, the risk of arrest, heavy surveillance, and other issues. So when we campaign for Narges, it's to support all Iranian journalists and the right of Iranians to freedom of information.
Thank you very much. Karen, over to you and Penn.
No problem. Well, PEN America is one of many PEN centers. The PEN network has 100 centers around the world in many different countries. And Narges has been a key case for many of the centers in the network for over a decade because she has been facing imprisonment because of her nonviolent and peaceful expression for a very long time. Last year, we gave Narges our Freedom to Write Award, which is given every year to a writer in jail. And so she became, for me, an emblematic case, and I've been working with her family since then to try and win her freedom. We were incredibly thrilled last year when she was honored with the Nobel Peace Prize. For me, it was one of the sort of highlights of my entire life to be able to be here last year when the prize was given out. But you know, even with winning the Nobel Prize, she is still in prison. There is still a lot of work to do for all of us to try to free Narges, but also to free all the other dissident voices in jail in Iran. Iran, according to PEN America's Freedom to Write Index, jails the second highest number of writers in the world, with 49 at least behind bars this past year. So there's a lot of work to do, and we wanted to come together with other like-minded organizations to help free Narges and other unjustly jailed prisoners in Iran. But what we also are what I would also say is PEN also looks at sort of the power of individual writers around the world who are free to speak out on behalf of people who are not free. And I would encourage just any individual who is interested in human rights, is interested in free expression, is interested in the right of anyone, anywhere, to be able to speak on these issues freely and not be put in jail, to join the movement, to help get involved. You can tweet about it, you can write about Nargis, you can work to raise attention to her case and the cases of others around the world. So we look at NGOs as sort of a key aspect of this, but also individuals have a key role to play in advocating for people's freedom too.
Thank you. Please tell us about Frontline Defenders.
Thank you so much. My goodness, what an absolute privilege it is to be here with you all and here in this wonderful building on this wonderful day. My name is Alan. I'm the Executive Director for Frontline Defenders. We, for the last 23 years, have been working with human rights defenders at risk. In 2023, we worked with defenders in 133 countries, and we've been working on the Nargis Mohammadi campaign for many years. I'm very privileged to be part of this coalition with our colleagues from RSF and PIN, and of course the Nargis Foundation itself, to highlight this issue. Many governments use imprisonment as a tactic to halt the work of human rights defenders. It's an insidious tactic, and it's designed to silence those people and make them go away. And the fact that we're here today and we are talking about this shows that doesn't. We're here, we're talking. Their desire to silence Nargis Mohammadi is failing, and it's failing by virtue of the work that everyone here is doing today. And I'm grateful to all of you for being here and being part of this movement. It's a wonderful privilege to do the work we do, to be exposed to people like this who put their life on the line in order to fight for the rights that many of us take for granted. It is a privilege and a profound one, and we're here today to mark that and celebrate it. And I'm grateful to both the colleagues here in the coalition and my own team in Frontline Defenders who have been working very, very hard on this for many years. Remember, they want to silence her. That's the objective.
And we won't be silenced. That's why we're here. We want to bring you greetings from Sabri, who says, greetings from Egypt to all organizers and speakers of this great conference. We have a question that we'd like to bring to you from one of our watch parties, a student who has sent us a question. So let's see if we can get that question to you now.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Hello, my name is Yahya Hassani. I'm Palestinian from Lebanon, and I study at UWC Coast Nordic.
I'll do one more.
My question is, do you think that the world today is peaceful compared to the world in the past? Or no? Thank you.
Who'd like to take that? We have to do very quick, short answers, so go ahead.
Do you want to go? I think I heard the question, is the world today more peaceful than before?
Yeah, what's the situation?
The situation is horrendous. Mm-hmm. And that is not to say that we give up, but the situation is horrendous. We are seeing the breakdown of even the traditional protections, which weren't that good. Even those are failing. So the situation is horrendous. The global allies, the folks that we thought, the systems that we thought we might be able to rely on have failed us all and are failing, of course, our colleagues in Palestine. So I don't want to be negative, but things are trending in the wrong way on every level. And it is up to us, and when I say us, I mean you, because we're too old. It's up to you to improve that, because it's your world. And in 25 years' time, you'll be running the world, more so than you are already. This is the opportunity for this generation to make the changes that the previous generations have not been able to do so.
Thank you. Rebecca?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with all of that. But that also means it's more important than ever that journalists are able to do their jobs in reporting in conflicts all around the world. So obviously we can't ignore the situation in Gaza, where more than 100 journalists have been killed doing their jobs there, and so many other places. And it's not just about those journalists, it's really about all of us, because all of us have the right to information. anytime a journalist anywhere is silenced, whether that's a journalist in Iran like Narges, whether that's Palestinian journalists trying to report on the conflict, for the rest of us, it impacts all of us. We all have that right to information. So it's my hope that your generation will fight for that in a more effective way than those who have come before. And some of us, old as we may be, are still trying to help you, but I have a lot of hope that your age, people get it, that you see the power of activism, even if it starts online. That's a very powerful tool. And we can brainstorm together amongst the generations on how that can translate into real life action. We're here to support you.
Thank you. Karen, very quick thought on this.
I definitely agree with my colleagues that the situation is bad and that the traditional ways or the international order is falling apart in certain ways. But I do think it's very important in response to that not to give up and to have sort of new ways of working together with different NGOs, building coalitions, and then also having more people, individuals getting involved in the process as well. So I am an eternal optimist. I do think it's very important to push back against collaboration by authoritarian governments and war, everything else going on in the world by pushing back and having individuals get involved in a positive way.
Thank you to all three of our great colleagues here. Thank you very much. Folks, now we're going to do an exercise where we bring us all together online using Kahoot. Anybody who's gone to school in the last decade knows about Kahoot. Go to kahoot.it, or pull out your phones if you have the app, and we'll be using Kahoot to you're going to tell us where you are in the world. So we're going to have this world map that shows us where people are watching around the world. You all know how to use Kahoot, kahoot.it. If you don't have the app, you go to kahoot.it and you see the game pin right on the screen, and you can then play and tell us where you're watching from, and we'll come to you with a question later as well. So while that's going on, I want to tell you that we have watch parties around the world, and here are people tell us where you're watching from. That's great. You guys see putting your names in as well. And you can also, there'll be a map that comes on, and on the map you can tell us where you're watching. And we are watching, we have these world watch parties at UWC colleges in Costa Rica, the Netherlands, China, in Changshu, in Mostar in Bosnia, in Pearson in Canada, as well as at the University of Oklahoma, Case Western University in Cleveland, Luther College in Iowa, and Stanford University in the Bay Area. So we have people watching around the world, and I see that everyone's putting in their names here, which is fun, and we will have the map also as well, and on the map you'll be able to tell us where you're watching from. We have folks watching around the world. We have great comments coming in on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter. Please follow at Nobel Peace Center and post your questions there, post your comments. We'll bring them to the main stage in just a moment. There's a chance to drop your pin. If you're here in the room, tell us where you're from rather than that you're in Oslo, because you're all from different places. And people watching online, tell us where you're watching from. And we will share this with you in a few moments. Later on in the program, we'll come to you with that. So we are talking about women's rights, our human rights, and we want to celebrate the opportunity for us to mark the anniversary of the Nobel Peace Prize being given to Narges Mohammadi, and at the same time acknowledge she's still imprisoned and we still need to free Narges. So please use that hashtag. As we get ready for a full program on the main stage, we'll be sending you over there in just a moment. So you are playing this game, you are posting your questions, and please share the URL, Nobel Peace Center, the live stream link on your social feeds. Tell your friends that you're watching and they can watch us live or watch us later. And with that, we are ready, I think, to go to the main stage and be part of the main show there. Thank you very much, everybody, and thank you, United World College, Red Cross Nordic. Yes.
clouds roll back and the stars fill the night. That's where I'm gonna stand up. Take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, can you hear freedom calling? Calling me to answer. Gonna keep on keeping on. I can feel it.
much to Sarah, Alvina, Suomi, and Nea Strasar for the lovely artistic opening. They are students from United World College, Red Cross Nordic, and they performed the song Stand Up by Cynthia Erivo as their own take on today's topic, woman, life, freedom. Give them another round of applause, and thank you very much. Woman, life, freedom. Zan Zendegi Azadi. Jin Jian Azadi. The slogan of the protesters demonstrating for human rights in Iran after the death of Mahsa Jina Amini 2 years ago this month. A slogan that spread throughout the world and was heard here in Oslo when the chair of the Norwegian Nobel Committee announced the Nobel Peace Prize to Nargis Mohammadi last October. A simple slogan demanding that women and girls should have the right to live, learn, speak, sing, and dance, because women's rights are human rights. Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends, all of you watching at home, welcome to the Nobel Peace Conference 2024, Woman, Life, Freedom. Today, we will hear strong women's and men's voices discuss the rollback on women's rights and gender equality. We will discuss solutions, gain new knowledge, and hopefully we will learn something and take a plan to take action ourselves. My name is Ingvild Bryn Rambøll. I'll be your host today. I work here at the Nobel Peace Center, and together with my colleague Sri Srinivasan, who's sitting in the neighboring room, we'll be trying to take care of both our physical audience and the online audience. Sri, how are things going in the Mandela room?
I'm going to ask our audience to tell us, how's it going, everybody? That's United World College Red Cross Nordic, and their students are here with us, and we have people watching around the world. We have watch parties at UWC campuses in Costa Rica, Maastricht, the Netherlands, Changshu, China, Mostar, Bosnia, Pearson, Canada, as well as universities such as University of Oklahoma, Case Western University in Cleveland, Luther College in Iowa, and Stanford University in the Bay Area. And we have thousands of people watching live right now on our main website at nobelpeacecenter.org, and they can also watch on Facebook as well as on YouTube. So everyone, please tell your friends, please tag, please share, please follow, tell them to watch us and join us now live or later. And I'll come to you later with some questions, Ingvild. And reminder to everyone, our hashtags are Nobel Peace Conference, as well as Woman, Life, Freedom, and also the hashtag Free Nargis. So with that, back to you.
Thank you, Sri. We will come back to you later, but now it is time to welcome our first speaker, the Executive Director of the Nobel Peace Center, Kjersti Fløgstad. Give her a warm hand.
Thank you so much, Ingvild. Tomorrow, it's exactly 11 months since the Nobel Committee announced that Nargis Mohammadi was awarded the Peace Prize for 2023. It was widely applauded around the world because it recognizes the immense importance of the cause of Nargis, her fight for women's rights, for human rights for all. Dear Excellencies, dear Nobel Peace Prize laureates, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, welcome to this year's Nobel Peace Prize Conference. I'm overwhelmed and grateful for all the speakers who have come all the way to Norway to participate with us here today, and also for the audience filling up this big hall beyond its limits. and also that we have already thousands of viewers, as we saw online. Yet, we feel a painful absence. Throughout these 11 months, Nargis is still held in Evin prison in Iran. She is imprisoned for her steadfast fight for freedom, democracy, equality, and human rights, which she rightfully claims are rights that belongs to everyone. Although Nargis cannot be with us physically here today, her presence is still strongly felt in many ways. Here in this venue, we have since December showcased the year's Peace Prize exhibition, also titled Woman, Life, Freedom. This exhibition has brought her story to life in this very room. Her own words to illuminate these beautiful, her own words illuminated in these beautiful lanterns, stories she has bravely penned down and smuggled out of prison for us to show you. They are also been printed in a little book that is available in our museum shop if you would like to read them thoroughly. They are really, really beautiful. And here, together with us today, Nargis' husband Tagi and her children Yana and Ali are wholeheartedly present. Ali and Kiana have carried their mother's voice with strength and conviction this past year. I have no doubt that Nargis is immensely proud of you, just as you are of her, and I get very touched by this. Over the past 11 months, the Nobel Peace Center have worked tirelessly to highlight Nargis' prize and her cause. Through this exhibition, educational resources, and numerous of events, we have placed Nargis' fight and the women's movement at the forefront of our efforts. Today, this conference is the culmination of this effort for us. We have seen how deeply Nargis' fight resonates with the public. Visitors are moved to tears by her struggle for basic freedom when they come and learn about what's happening in Iran and what's happening with Nargis. To be free, to sing, dance, and laugh, these are rights we often take as granted and as normal, yet they remain elusive for so many. I am pleased to announce that later today, we will officially launch the Free Nargis Coalition on this stage. It works to coordinate and strengthen the efforts to support Nargis in her fight for freedom. You will learn more about that very soon. In our world today, I believe strongly that we need courageous role models who are willing to place justice above all else. These heroes, just like Nargis, inspire hope. Hope that change is possible and that someone is willing to go the extra mile and beyond to fight for this hope for us, and that the world can become a more peaceful place for everyone. Developments in gender rights have moved in the wrong direction in many parts of the world in recent years. Last week, we learned that Taliban has intensified its repressive measures, now even banning women's voices and faces in public Afghanistan. We will hear more about that a little later. At the Nobel Peace Conference, we have brought together some of the world's strongest activists for women's rights and gender equality to discuss how we can reverse this trend. And thank you for being here, and warmly welcome to you that we will have on the stage later. I just want to give all of our speakers a... Before I hand over the floor to the next speaker, I would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to our partners who have made this conference possible. A big thank you to our main partners, Hydro and Reitan Retail, as well as to the city of Oslo, the Bergesen Foundation, and the Embassy of France to the Kingdom of Norway for their support. This year's collaboration with United World College, as we saw on the stage, is also very much appreciated. With that, it is my great pleasure to hand the floor over to Andreas Motzfeldt Kravik, State Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who will deliver the opening speech of this conference. Give Andreas Motzfeldt Kravik a warm applause and very much welcome.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, Nobel laureates, ladies and gentlemen. I should first start by saying it's a real honor for me to be here today. I really appreciate this opportunity. This is a wonderful topic for us to discuss, and it's critically important that we are able to discuss this with seriousness and with integrity and with a clear eye of how important it is to improve these critical human rights that we are all adamant in defending. Promoting human rights and gender equality is a key priority in Norwegian foreign policy and in our development policy. Gender equality is not only essential for the realization of human rights, it is also a necessary foundation for a peaceful, prosperous, democratic, and sustainable world community. We must recognize the pivotal role played by women human rights defenders in building inclusive and democratic societies and contributing to their realization of the 2030 development and sustainable goals. Women human rights defenders, like Narges Mohammadi, play a key role in raising awareness, empowering the people, and holding governments accountable. Through their work, they show the relevance and mobilizing power of universal human rights. Unfortunately, often at great cost for the women themselves who are involved in this process. Women human rights defenders often become the targets of threats and harassment, and even imprisonment, both because they are human rights defenders and because they are women. Women defending sexual and reproductive health and rights, as well as those defending equal rights for LGBTIQ persons, are at particular risk of harassment and threats. Their bravery is immense and a source of inspiration for all of us. It is critical to strengthen the capacity of women's organizations to put women's rights and gender equality on the agenda in relevant processes, including in multilateral fora, to ensure that women's rights and gender equality are respected and secured. Developing and strengthening the normative framework is a central part of our effort in supporting human rights defenders. It's critical, we think, to also acknowledge that this is not just about values, this is about international law. These principles that we are defending, gender equality, is not just something that governments can decide that they will adhere to at their own choosing. These principles, these core rights for women are reflected in various human rights instruments, which means that governments have an international legal obligation to adhere to these rights. And it's important for us when we liaise with other governments, when we talk to other civil society organizations, to really make that point clear. Again, this is not something that governments at their own discretion can choose whether to implement or not. This is actually hardcore international law that states have a responsibility to implement. And through Norway-led negotiations, the UN has also adopted resolutions, non-binding resolutions, recognizing the positive, important, and legitimate role of human rights defenders and women human rights defenders, and condemning violence, intimidation, and reprisals against them. Norway is extremely concerned about the human rights situation in Iran, especially the situation for women. We commend the courage of human rights defenders in Iran. They continue to suffer intimidation, prosecution, and ill treatment. We are raising human rights concerns with Iran directly and in the UN. I have personally met with my Iranian counterparts in various contexts and raised the issue of prosecution of human rights defenders and the use of the death penalty with Iranian officials, and we will continue to do so. Last week, Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Støre addressed the situation for human rights defenders in a phone call with the President of Iran. So this is something that is not only issues that we talk about in speeches before civil society and friends and like-minded. This is something that we take very seriously and that we also use as a point when we engage other governments and also governments that we think are not upholding the standards that they are legally committed or have an obligation to uphold. In line with our UPR recommendations to Iran in 2019, the Norwegian government continues to urge the Islamic Republic of Iran to live up to its international human rights obligations. We have recommended to Iran, 1, to create a safe and enabling environment for civil society and human rights defenders, especially women human rights defenders, and 2, to ensure the rights of detainees and prisoners and their right to receive satisfactory medical treatment. The work of Narges Mohammadi inspires us all to do more and to do better in our fight for global gender equality. Unfortunately, Iran is not the only country in which human rights obligations are violated and where gender equality is not respected. The situation in Afghanistan will be addressed later today. The decree recently issued by the de facto authorities, the Taliban, the so-called law on propagation of virtue and prevention of vice, even imposes that the voices of women must not be heard in public. Women in Afghanistan are indeed targeted for their gender. I've also met with representatives of Taliban, and I've raised the exact same concerns. Taliban now being de facto authorities, in other words, ruling in Afghanistan, they also have legal obligations. And these are obligations that are binding on Afghanistan, binding on whoever is in charge of the government in Afghanistan. And we must and we will continue to hold them accountable. In our efforts to counter the attack on women's rights, we are guided by our action plan for women's rights and gender equality in Norwegian foreign and development policy. The plan was launched last year and will last until 2030. And as you can see, I've already alluded to the fact that we have channels of communication, not just with Iran, but also with the Taliban and other actors. And this is, I think, a through line in our foreign policy. We're extremely clear-eyed about the values that we defend, but we will not let those values come in the way of engagement. So we are adamant that in order to progress these extremely important issues, we have to engage various authorities, we have to engage civil society, we have to engage those who are not like-minded with us in this endeavor. Otherwise, we will not be able to progress our common agenda, which is to progress the issue of gender equality. Next year, we mark 30 years since the Beijing Declaration and Program of Action. We are still working hard to uphold the principles agreed upon in 1995. Many deserve our sincerest thanks for the progress that we have achieved, but we still have work to do. The pandemic and other crises have set us back in terms of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and especially goal number 5 on gender equality and women's empowerment. But we will not let up. We have to be adamant in terms of progressing this terribly important agenda. And we will, as the Norwegian government, we will continue to stand behind all of those who are at the front line of defending these integral values that we are all committed to, both in terms of our values, but also in terms of applicable international law. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Andreas Motsfeldt Kravik, State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here in Norway. And now it is my very great pleasure to introduce the chair of the Norwegian Nobel Committee. As the youngest chair in history, Jørgen Vatne Frydnes is now leading the process to elect the next Nobel Peace Prize laureate. But today he will lead a conversation between himself and the children of Nargis Mohammadi, last year's Nobel Peace Prize laureate. Please welcome them all three to the stage.
One of the great things about being a member of the Nobel Peace Prize Committee is that we're able to meet a lot of people who change the world. But we're also very fortunate because we meet people who change ourselves as human beings as well. And two of those who have done the most impact on me and my colleagues the last year is definitely Kiana and Ali Khamani. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you.
First, I have to say, welcome back to Norway once again. You have visited several times since you accepted the Nobel Peace Prize on behalf of your mother. But let's begin with December of last year. How did you experience those intense days during the Nobel Peace Prize ceremony? And how has your life changed since?
C'est vrai que l'expérience de Nobel.
Yes, that's true. It's been a unique experience for us.
It's okay, I can wait. Everyone is ready?
Yes.
Perfect. Donc.
So, as I was saying, the Nobel experience was a very special one. And I had completely forgotten on the day the prize was announced that that was the actual day. I wasn't expecting it at all, I must say. But there was a very emotional moment. I think during the actual process, we met a lot of children. I think it was here at the center. We met children, and it was really beautiful to meet so many children, children from all over the world who actually were living together, talking, sharing, loving life. And I must say I was very touched by that, because that's what I'm hoping for in the world. Frankly, the Nobel Peace Prize has changed, I would say, our approach, because we're now stronger, but our lives haven't changed that much. Yeah. What's been good for us, what's made our life richer, I would say, it's been seeing those children living together. This living together concept is really very important to us. And what really was important to me is one boy I saw saying bonjour, one saying hello, one saying salam alaikum, and I'm thinking it's very interesting to see that they're all together, they're all living together, and I think that's really what's been most important to me. And then our lives, have they changed? Well, not really. But our approach has changed, Kiana's and mine.
You have been back since, and one of these occasions was this summer. You were working as guides here at the Nobel Peace Center for the exhibition about your own mother and other political prisoners in Iran. How was that?
C'était notre. Déjà avant tout, c'était notre.
Well, it was our first job, I have to say. And I wasn't expecting it to be that good for a first job. It was perfect. I was stressed out, obviously. We had to speak English. That was hard. And I must say that, French people don't really learn other languages so well. So, it was tough. So Ali and me, we're a bit stressed about that. But, of course, yeah, France is a beautiful country, but that's an issue, I guess. So our English is not really up to par. So we had to learn a bit. But I think, honestly, it went well. And what I liked was seeing so many people interested, so many people asking questions, so many people interested, because, you know, I've been to a couple of museums, and when guides were talking, other people were talking amongst them, were not really interested, but here people were really fascinated, interested, and I thought that was beautiful. People were worried about other people's lives. So, yeah, best first job ever. Same thing for me, I'd say. Very, very nice experience. See people from different horizons who are really sensitive to our cause. I saw Chinese people, Russian people, Afghan people, Brazilian people, people from all over the world really who came. And I think the most important thing to me, that the best moment, I'd say, is when the guided tour was over and people came up to us and talked to us about their life, their experience. We had to present something, but people came to us and we made friends, really, with some of those people. There was really a friendship moment, I'd say, a moment of sharing, and I think that was really the most important thing to us. Of course, I went back to learn some English, but there's a bit of work to do. We wouldn't have spoken French otherwise. We still have some progress to make.
Each other outside of the program, you definitely speak great English.
Thank you.
But this is not the only work you've been doing for the last couple of months. You have also definitely worked with the Nargis Foundation. Can you tell us a bit about the Nargis Foundation and what role you will have in it?
Alors, la fondation de Narges Mohammadi.
Yes, the Narges Mohammadi Foundation, our mom's foundation, will be launched soon. Unfortunately, as you all know, our mother is not here. She's in prison, in Evin prison. And I think it's Kiana's and my responsibility to handle, to manage the foundation. But that's just a title. I think, on a personal level, that what will be important is talk about Iran, my mother, our struggle. The Nobel Peace Prize is not just a trophy. I think it's really a tool. And those who have the Nobel Peace Prize need to use that tool. I really want my mother to be able to manage the foundation. I hope she can be the voice of her own struggle, of Iranians' struggle generally. And I really hope that with the Iranian diaspora, we can work for freedom, for democracy in Iran.
Donc, pour nous, finalement, rien.
So I don't think anything is going to change, apart from the fact that we'll have a lot more work, which is really a pleasure. It's not work as such, it's activism. And I know other people who are here know exactly what I mean by activism. So we will focus on three things, basically. Human rights, and women's rights in particular, of course. And then a second pillar that's important for democracy, civil society. If you have a strong civil society, if you have children who can live together, play together, even if they come from different places, well, then you have a strong democratic tool. That will be the second pillar. And if you look at the third pillar we're working on, I think it will be the environment, really. We all know it. Of course, it's good to fight for democracy. It's good to fight for LGBTQ communities, for women, for freedom. But of course, if we forget this little detail that is the environment, well, there will be nothing left in 50 years to fight for. And then there's one other aspect. LGBTQ communities, we know that in Iran their situation is horrendous, and we are thinking about including their struggle as a fourth pillar in our foundation. And we will strive to be the voice of the Iranian people and try to really have as many people as possible know about our struggle as well.
Can I ask you, in the next couple of months, you're turning 18. How will that affect being part of the Nargis Foundation, but also how do you see yourselves, as you say, as activists, then as a, not just as a youth, but as a grown-up?
Oui, bah, comme je dis, c'est vraiment pas du tout.
Well, of course, it's not work, as I said. I think this is really something we want to continue with, something we want to do.
Of the foundation and the coalition, why is it important to do it now?
Non, tout de suite. Eh bien, dans un premier temps.
Well, we want to continue to be our mother's voice, as I said, so I'd like to thank all those who have worked for the coalition. Thank you to all actors who are actually fighting for my mother to be freed. If I want to be honest, I think the most important thing, as always, is really to have as many people as possible conscious of what we're doing, who know about our struggle. There's a lot of administrative work still to do, unfortunately, so we're a bit delayed. But in December, everything will be ready. You can be sure about that. Thank you.
How challenging will it be to manage the foundation without being able to communicate directly to your mother?
Alors oui, complètement. Ne pas pouvoir communiquer avec notre mère.
Of course, that's really tough, not being able to communicate with our mother. That's really a struggle because she is the actual boss of the foundation, of course, as I explained, but she is in prison and she can't do anything. She is really fighting from Iran, from the prison. She continues her fight, and at an enormous cost, of course, but she wants to keep that symbol. She is in Evin prison. It's a prison that is well known for having political prisoners, for destroying them psychologically, and for her it's an important symbol to continue the fight. She is really at the center of the resistance. That is thanks to our mother and, of course, other prisoners as well. For us, there will be challenges, of course. We need to be able to handle this, manage the foundation, and also go to school. Kiana will come back to that, and that, of course, will be a challenge for us.
But as you said, your mother is still very active, and she's also managed to smuggle out a message for this conference. Will you read it to the audience?
Yes, of course.
Can we go?
Absolutely.
Okay. Juste avant de commencer, je sais que ma mère.
Before starting, I know that my mother hasn't written that as such. Me, my brother, and my father, we live in France. She wants us to thank France for having welcomed us, for having given us the chance to go to school and being free. So thank you. Thank you to France and to everyone who has welcomed us there. My grandmother on my father's side has helped us enormously, and thank you to France generally. I know that my mother thinks that, but she doesn't write it so much.
De défiance.
The power of women's defiance in Iran is inspiring. It has been 2 years since the killing of Mahsazina Amini and the beginning of the Women Life Freedom movement. Everything I need to explain can be summed up in one brief sentence. Nothing is the same as before. What do I mean by before? I mean in relation to the beginning of the movement. This is about a fundamental change on a vast and comprehensive scale. The Women Life Freedom movement did not happen suddenly or by chance. Rather, it is the continuation of historical struggles and democratic movements of the people of Iran. However, the events and developments brought about by this movement have indeed accelerated the process and created a significant, historic, and meaningful leap toward democracy, freedom, and equality. The world witnessed the street killings of protesters, arrests, imprisonments, torture, and executions of those who rose up against the authoritarian religious government. The resistance was tough. The Islamic Republic, through violence and repression, cleared the streets of protesters. But the outcome of these developments is significant and in favor of democracy. In this fierce struggle, we have succeeded in raising the power of women's defiance and the protest authority to the level of collective and historical consciousness. The increase in the rhythm of defiant action over the past 2 years has made the Iranian people's transition from an authoritarian religious government clear and evident. The power of women's defiance against misogynistic and discriminatory laws, traditions, religious rituals, and the moral values imposed by authoritarian, inhumane, and reactionary ideologies has been growing and expanding. This is why the government has even lined up women for execution. They were unaware that we are not afraid of execution. You hear these days about Pakistan, and you hear about Sharifi, who have been sentenced to death. You hear about Nassim and Varisha, who are at risk of death penalty. I will stand by them and fight against executions. We will not give up on justice and freedom. We will not surrender love, femininity, and motherhood to the hands of the monstrous religious despotism. We will live. We will kiss the sun, and we will fill the world with vitality and hope. We will win. Narges Mohammadi, Women, Life, Freedom.
Just one thing, I can say one thing. Sorry everyone, my English is very, very bad, but for me it's very important to say some things. I met now today a very good person, and I am very happy to see you, a lot of person. I can see activists, people who are arrested, imprisoned, people who are obligated to escape his country, and just I want to say thank you for coming in and thank you for your work. And I hope in the ending we can win our fight, because the democracy and the freedom, it's for all. Thank you. And thank you for coming here already.
Thank you so much. Kiana and Ali Khamani, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you to Jørgen Vatne Frydnes, Chair of the Norwegian Nobel Committee. Ali and Kiana, you may stay on stage for a few minutes more, because as Director Kjersti Fløgstad explained in her welcoming speech, this conference also oversees the official launch of a newly formed coalition to work for the release of your mother Nargis. In December every year, when the Nobel laureates come to Oslo, we always ask them what we at the Nobel Peace Center can do to help their work for peace. And when we asked your father that question in December, he said that there are so many good forces working for the release of Nargis and other political prisoners. And if we could help them work together, maybe the chance of success would be higher. So during the last year, we have been facilitating the formation of a coalition to free Nargis, Free Nargis Coalition, and today the partners are here to mark the launch together with us. And they are, in addition to the foundation in Narges Mohammadi's name, represented here by Ali and Kiana, they are frontline defenders, represented by Alan Glasgow, Reporters Without Borders, represented by Rebecca Vincent, and PEN America's Karin Kalakar. Please welcome to the stage. So Alan, Frontline Defenders have been working with Nargis's case for many years. And we know that getting a prisoner like her out of prison is not an easy task. What are you hoping to achieve through this coalition?
Well, look, can I start by saying what an absolute honour and a privilege it is to be in this room today here with Nargis's family and you know, it's so many important voices that have been such a part of it. Frontline Defenders have been working on the Nargis's case for some years, as of course her family know, and we're very privileged, of course, to be joined by our coalition members today. We work in 133 countries last year, and many governments take up the tactic of imprisoning people. It's an insidious action which stops people engaging in human rights defense work. But most of all, it's an effort to silence human rights defenders. What they want is Nargis's silence, and it's such a joy today to see that she has not been silenced, and by virtue of the work of her family and many people. So we want to continue to do that. We encourage people to join our coalition. We encourage people to lobby their own governments. We encourage people to ensure that this strategy does not work. What they want is her silence. They can't have it.
Thank you, Alan. And over to you, Rebecca. You present Reporters Without Borders. And although Nargis is a geologist, she has worked as a journalist since her student days, writing articles, producing films and books to advocate for human rights. So at Reporters Without Borders, you have some experience with these kind of coalitions. Can you tell us what you have achieved in the past?
Absolutely. And so my organization, we all have slightly different entry points, but Narges represents so many things for so many people. We defend the freedom, independence, and pluralism of journalism and those who embody those ideals, which fits Narges also very perfectly. We see her as such a true emblematic case, not only to shed light on the situation in Iran, but globally, because when anybody is targeted in the way that Narges has been, it impacts all of our rights to information around the world. So we cannot let that happen. We were so pleased to be invited by the Nobel Peace Center to join this and to, in fact, found this new coalition. We believe in the power of coalitions. It's been my honor to work in a number of others before, including in support of another Nobel laureate, Maria Ressa, who we'll hear from later today. Our organization is one of the co-chairs of the Hold the Line coalition, and their situations in some ways are quite different, but they're both people who have really dedicated their entire working lives to standing up for all of our rights and fighting for freedom of information, freedom of expression, human rights more broadly. With Maria, we have managed systematically to keep her out of prison, which is quite important because that allows her to keep working and keep traveling the world and really speaking out for the things that she believes and is fighting for. But we've slowly also gotten some of the charges against her dropped. She's not fully out of the woods yet, so we continue to campaign. And we want that same outcome for Narges. We want her out of prison immediately, in fact, because of just medical reasons alone. Perhaps we can secure an immediate release from medical furlough, but beyond that, we want all of the charges against her dropped. We want her released. We want the targeting of journalists in Iran to cease. There's 25 journalists in total behind bars at this moment. Others, including courageous women who reported on Mahsa Amini's death, who face rearrest at any point. We need all of these cases to have constant light and attention around the world and to mobilize together for Narges's release and for releases of all Iranian journalists.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. And Karin, PEN America and PEN International, they're working for freedom of speech, freedom of expression. And you've also worked with Nargis's case before. So what are you hoping that you can do now that you have a whole coalition to work with?
No, thank you, Ingela. And again, it's an honor to be here representing PEN America and the PEN Network. As you said, Nargis has been a key case for the PEN Network for more than a decade. We've had PEN centers from around the world, from Norway, Sweden, Australia, Canada, and the PEN International Secretariat working on this case. And then last year, PEN America gave Nargis our Freedom to Write Award, which we view as a powerful tool every year to try and release a jailed writer from prison. PEN believes in the power of solidarity. We do believe that it's the sort of obligation of writers and those individuals who are interested in human rights around the world to work to try to free writers and others who are jailed or otherwise threatened because of their expression. But we do feel that we're all stronger working together. This is one reason we're really thrilled to be part of this steering committee and starting this coalition. We have managed to pull together more than 25 other nonprofit and CSO organizations around the world, both international NGOs and also NGOs focused on Iran in particular, to join us as founding members. But I think we need new tactics, we need new partnerships, we need more voices coming together to help free Nargis and others who are being jailed in Iran. And we are looking forward to working together with anyone else who is interested in the same goal in going forward until Nargis is free. So thank you. It's an honor to be here.
Thank you, Karen. As you said, many individuals and organizations have already supported the Free Nargis coalition. And among them are also many Nobel Peace Prize laureates, like Malala, Denis Mukwege, Alexandra Matvichuk, Dmitry Muratov, Tawakkol Karman, and Maria Ressa. Take a look at this.
Free Nargis.
Enough is enough. Free Nargis now.
Free Nargis Mohammadi now.
Free Nargis now.
Free Nargis.
We at Frontline Defenders demand the Islamic Republic authorities to free Nargis Mohammadi immediately and unconditionally.
Наргиз повинна быть свободная.
Release Nargis Mohammadi.
Свободу Наргиз. Свободу Наргиз. Free Наргиз. Пора освободить камеры для ее палачей. Free Наргиз.
Free Nargis Mohammadi.
Stand with Nargis.
در حالتی که تنها کاری که او میکند دفاع از حقوق بشر و حقوق مردم ایرانی.
As a member of the steering committee of the Free Nargis Coalition, we call on the international community to stand in solidarity and do everything in their power to help free Nargis Mohammadi and others who are unjustly jailed in Iran for their free expression.
We must support the freedom fighters in Iran and those who speak out.
Free Nargis, no to execution in Iran.
Free Nargis Mohammadi and all political prisoners in Iran.
There are many other women in Iran also face the same injustice, the same dictatorship. They are sacrificing, they are struggling for freedom, justice, rule of law, and the women's rights. I call for the freedom of every woman in Iran. I call for the freedom of my sister Nobel laureate, Nargis Mohammadi. Free Nargis Mohammadi now.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ali, Kiana, for your work. Thank you, PEN America, Reporters Without Borders, and Frontline Defenders for doing this. And as you can see, you can all support. But thank you, you're dismissed. So, what does it help to post a video online or to sign a petition? Is there any hope for the release of Nargis and other political prisoners? Today, we have a very special guest here at the Nobel Peace Center who shows us that there is hope. He is representing the Russian organization Memorial, which was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2022. In February, he was convicted to 2.5 years in prison for having discredited the Russian army. A month ago, he was released in a big international prisoner exchange. And today, he is here in Oslo with us. Warm welcome to Oleg Orlov.
Здравствуйте. Добрый день.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Чуть больше месяца назад я находился в российской тюрьме. Я думал, что мне еще там долго сидеть в неволе.
Well, just 1.5 months ago, I was in a Russian prison, and I thought that I would spend quite a long time there.
Но вот произошло какое-то чудо. Я здесь, на свободе, и благодаря международным усилиям, подчеркиваю, международным усилиям, удалось добиться освобождения целой группы российских политзаключенных.
Well, but then a wonder happened, and now I'm here, standing here, and thanks to international effort, and I stress this word, international effort, a whole group of prisoners was released.
Ну вот я здесь, среди вас, я свободен. 9 других политзаключенных тоже сейчас на свободе. А сколько наших друзей и товарищей сидят там, в тюрьмах и лагерях?
So, I'm standing here now, I'm among you, and another 9 prisoners are also free, and I enjoy my freedom, but how many of our friends and comrades are still there in prison?
Поэтому я хочу сказать вам 2 вещи. Первое. Давайте не забывать политзаключенных. Давайте бороться, последовательно бороться за их освобождение. И второе. Давайте никогда не терять надежду. Мы вместе можем добиться освобождения политзаключенных.
So I want to tell 2 things to you. First of all, let's not forget about the political prisoners. Let's fight consequently to release them. And the second, let's not lose the hope. We can achieve their liberation.
Я хочу сделать традиционное пожелание Наргиз Мухаммади, традиционное, которое заключенные в тюрьмах России делают друг другу.
So, and now I want to make a traditional wish. This is a tradition that we have among the Russian prisoners. We make this wish to each other.
Крепкого здоровья, силы духа, а силы духа Наргиз не занимать.
So first of all, stay at good health, be strong in spirit, and we all know how strong Nargis is in her spirit.
И, конечно, нежданной свободы. Свободы Наргиз. И на моем примере мы видим, что свобода может прийти нежданно.
And then we also wish each other a sudden liberation. And I wish freedom for Nargis, and I am also a living example that liberation can come quite of a sudden.
Свобода Наргиз Мухаммади.
So free Nargis Mohammadi.
Thank you so much to Oleg Orlov, co-chair of Memorial, the Russian organization who was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2022. Such an honor to have you here, and such a hopeful message that you were bringing to us and to Nargis Mohammadi. During the next half hour, we will take a close look at the situation of gender equality in the world today. We will look at the rollbacks on women's rights happening in many parts of the world and the ramifications they have for peace and democracy. First, in this session, let me welcome a lifelong fighter for human rights, women's rights, and children's rights. One of Iran's first female judges and co-founder of the Defenders of Human Rights Center in Iran, she was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2003. Please welcome Dr. Shirin Ebadi.
you need to use your instrument.
First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to you all, ladies and gentlemen, for having taken part in this and taking part in the launch of the Free Nargis Coalition. I would like to talk a bit more about Nargis and the personality of Nargis and to help you understand the conditions in which we live. Let us go back a bit in time. And I'm talking about the time when Nargis and I met for the first time. It was 2001 when I and 4 prominent Iranian lawyers and all of us who were giving pro bono defense to Iranian political prisoners, for which reason we'd all experienced prison terms. So the 4 of us decided to set up an NGO and call it the Defenders of Human Rights. We established this NGO, but we didn't have a proper office. We didn't have the budget. We didn't have facilities. So we couldn't make sure that our voice is heard throughout Iran. So we weren't really successful until in 2003, I was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. It was $1,200,000, which I received, and $50,000 of which I left outside Iran to help with the education of one of my daughters who was working on her PhD, and the rest I took to Iran. And with the money, I bought an office for the NGO, and I invested the rest of my Nobel winning in banks. And with the interest rate, which was pretty high in Iran, we managed to meet all the expenses of the Human Rights Defenders NGO. And thanks to that, we became more famous, and our NGO became a sanctuary for those whose rights were violated in Iran. We had many people who came to us asking for help, and at the same time, many young people became more aware of our human rights activities, and thanks to that, many joined us. And they were all working as volunteers for us. One of these volunteers was a young lady called Nargis Mohammadi. At that time, Nargis was married to a political prisoner, Taghi Rahmani, who is among us today. Her husband, Taghi Rahmani, was imprisoned in Iran for 14 years for his peaceful activities. And once when he was freed on bail, momentarily, he met Nargis, who had just graduated from university. They met and they got married. And again, Nargis's husband was imprisoned. And that is when I first met Nargis, when her husband was imprisoned yet again. And in our NGO, we had a tradition that anyone who was imprisoned, we used to go and visit the families of these political prisoners, and that's how we met Nargis, because her husband was imprisoned and we went to visit his wife. Nargis visited our NGO and she was impressed by our work, and she joined our NGO and she became one of the most active members of staff in our NGO. some 30 young lawyers were working with us. We set up a committee within this NGO for women, and Narges Mohammadi headed that. And we set up courses for women in order to raise their awareness about their rights. And Narges continued to be extremely active and extremely influential in our NGO. And it was then when she became pregnant, and Kiana and Ali, she gave birth to Kiana and Ali. And I remember up to a week before her birth, she used to attend work every day. I used to urge her not to come to work. And I said, look, you're carrying twins. Don't come to work. Yet she insisted. And she said, until the moment my water breaks and I have to give birth, I am going to come to work. And fortunately, she gave birth and continued her work until 2009. Now, in 2009, the political climate in Iran became even closer than before. And security forces raided our NGO's office. They closed it down. And even my own personal law firm was attacked by the security forces and closed. All of us were in prison, including Narges. And at that time, all of us activists were threatened, and many were imprisoned. And one of the activist prominent ones was Narges's husband, Mr. Taqi Rahmani. But with Narges agreed that her husband should take the children out of the country. So the children were about 7 years old, the twins, and they experienced seeing either their mother in prison or their father in prison. So they came to a consensus, Narges and her husband, that one of them should leave the country, and they decided he should leave the country with the children to help them be free and have an education. And you have seen these beautiful two kids that earlier appeared on stage. And they have, thanks to their education in France, they have become very confident, and we are all very proud of the twins, especially myself. You have continued to support Narges, and Ali and Kiana have always been encouraged and supported by all of you as well, and thank you for that. But today, I want you to encourage the father of these twins, the husband of Narges Mohammadi, how he single-handedly raised these twins. Please, let's applaud Mr. Taqi Rahmani, husband of Narges Mohammadi. And now, let me take you back again to 2009. Several of my colleagues were imprisoned, and I want to mention one in particular. He is a Nasrin Sotoudeh, who has also won the Sakharov Prize and also Penn Prize, and she's been very active. And there are many others many of whom are still in prison. And every time it's just like Narges, they're freed for a while and then they're imprisoned again on dubious charges. But even from within prison cells, Narges did not sit still. She continued with her activities, and we've been witness to that. And as you see, she's managed to smuggle statements out of prison, and she has bravely defied the authorities and encouraged the people to continue the resistance. So the fact that people can see that a woman from within Evin, notorious Evin prison is so active, it's very inspirational. And she also started a campaign from inside prison. And I want to say a few words about Nargis's campaign, which she started from prison walls, inside prison. In about 2010 or 2011, Nargis, who was in prison at the time, noticed that there is a public telephone booth in the male prison wards. And these male prisoners could use that public phone for 5 minutes every week. And yes, prisoners did for 5 minutes. They would talk to their families. But the women's prisons did not have this public phone. Why? Just because women in Iran don't have any rights. They didn't even have that telephone inside prison that men had. And she was, and that really bothered her. Not only she was away from her children, from her husband, and she wanted to at least be able to hear about the health of her family from at least her sister who was in Iran, or her mother. She wanted to at least be able to make phone calls. And so she protested against this discrimination, and she mounted a campaign from inside a prison. And I remember she started a campaign called Telephone for Mothers inside prison. And she was constantly giving statements from inside prison. And we, for our part, were trying to help her with this campaign and I remember in The Hague, outside the International Court of Justice, we held a demonstration. Many of our colleagues, including Mr. Taghi Rahmani, joined us in this protest action. And fortunately, Nargis succeeded in her campaign. And since then, there is a public telephone booth in the women's ward in the notorious Evin prison. And thanks to the resistance and the campaign of Nargis, that female prisoners achieved that right. To you, it might not be a big achievement and a great feat, but it is. You can see discrimination for women exists even in prison. The male prisoners had access to something that female prisoners didn't, and this is something that Nargis fought against. Now, I don't have much time, so I have to keep this brief. I would only like to highlight the importance of women life freedom movement, which began almost 2 years ago. Unfortunately, many of our young people were killed during protests on the streets. Some were blinded because the police, they were using bullets. And if you read the reports by the special rapporteur on the Iranian human rights, rapporteur in Iran, human rights rapporteur, you can see that many were blinded by these bullets and tasers that were used. The government itself has acknowledged that they arrested some 20,000 protesters. I remember that when I was imprisoned, it was, I think, 1999, and I was in the women's ward of Evin prison. I was the only prisoner. There was no other prisoner. I'm not saying that there were no female political prisoners before. Many had been imprisoned and many had been executed, and some had experienced lengthy prison terms. But when I was in prison, I happened to be in that period the sole prisoners, and I had 4 prison guards, 2 in the morning, and then 2 for the afternoon and evening shift. And I thought that was ridiculous. For one person, there were 4 prison guards. What were they afraid of? That is what the prison was like at the time. And Nargis, but the last time I heard from Nargis, she said, oh, it's very different. Now there is overcrowding in prison. Many women don't even have a bed. They have to sleep on the floor. That's because the number of arrests are now sky high. Why? Because women no longer fear repression. They say it doesn't matter if we lose our lives. We are fed up with this situation and we want democracy. And it is that spirit that now exists in Iran among women. The Iranian women and the people of Iran, I know that they will succeed thanks to this spirit. In this woman, life, freedom, yes, women were at the forefront of that movement, but thankfully many men joined that movement and fought alongside women, because Iranian men have become very much aware that women's victory will be a harbinger to democracy in Iran. I have always said that democracy will come to the country thanks to women. And that is what Iranian men have learned too, that they have learned that they have to join women in their struggles if they want to achieve democracy in the country. Sorry. And so far, sorry, I'm getting my timing, going over my timing. And all these protesters, many have been executed and some are on death row just for peaceful demonstrations. And the government is also repressing the families of those it has either executed or imprisoned. So they are constantly threatening these families, saying, don't protest, otherwise you will also be arrested. Mashallah, Karami is a young father. He was 20 years old and he had taken part in the peaceful demonstrations. Now this 20-year-old was executed. And his father just said, why did you execute my innocent child? Now, what did they do to his father? Arrested him, and he's been meted out a 7-year prison term. But the Iranian people are no longer fearful. Now, I am going to finish my sentences by wishing for the freedom of Iranian prisoners, and including Nargis, and peace in the Middle East, and the main cause of which is the wrong foreign policies of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And I'm going to finish with a poem. And this poem is not just about the Iranian people, it's about the people, innocent people of the Middle East who are experiencing dictatorship, theocracy, and futile wars. The poem goes as, and I paraphrase, we, the people of the Middle East. Some of us are killed on the battlefield. Some in our homes during bombings. Some drowned in the sea. And some die on the roads. Some perish in government prisons. Meanwhile, during all this, what does the world do? The world simply watches in silence. Why? Because they're under the delusion that dying is merely our occupation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You always leaves me with hope. You have sacrificed so much for the cause you believe in, yet your fighting spirit only grows stronger over time. Thank you for being here today. From Iran, we are moving to Afghanistan, where the Taliban now has banned women from singing, dancing, speaking in public, or showing their face. So, as we welcome our next speaker, I want you to listen carefully. Her voice speaks for 1 million of voiceless women in Afghanistan. She was the first woman deputy speaker in parliament in Afghanistan, and 4 years ago she took part in the conversations with Taliban. Please welcome Fawzia Koofi.
Thank you for the opportunity. Today, we several times heard or repeated woman, life, freedom. I would like to also add to that the slogan the brave women of Afghanistan carried with themselves: freedom, education, work. So I would like you to repeat with me: woman, life, freedom. Woman, life, freedom. Freedom, education, work. As you can see, women of Afghanistan are asking for the basic fundamental rights that we across the world, and certainly in this beautiful room here, have taken it for granted. As I speak in front of you today, 17+ million women in Afghanistan are banned from speaking in public, from singing, from reciting, from talking to a man who is not their male relative or chaperone. As I was preparing for my speech today in front of you, like always, I consulted many women inside the country. I sent text messages on my social media. I had consultations. I asked them, what do they want me to emphasize? Because this is a unique opportunity for them. One of the women said, we often in the past 3 years feel that we are in a desert with nobody surrounding us. Sometimes when we hear the term woman of Afghanistan, we feel the wind is blowing in our face. So I urge you to keep this wind blowing. This is the minimum you can do to the women of Afghanistan. A woman told me she had lost her husband in the war, an army officer. She has 3 children. She wanted to take her child to the hospital a week ago. She went out to take a taxi. No taxi driver would stop for her. The taxi driver was scared of being imprisoned for violating the vice and virtue paper of the Taliban. Finally, after 3 attempts, one taxi driver told her, my sister, I will help you, but you need to introduce yourself as my sister when the Taliban stop and exchange the father's name. Because they also ask, if you are the sister and brother, what is your father's name? She said, I paid 3 times more in a time that she doesn't have $1 income. It's not about the restriction. It's about the feeling of being less than a human, being controlled for your gender. That's inhuman. It's beyond imagination for you, but it's a life experience for every human being in Afghanistan today. As they continue to struggle, and today I have the honor of having two of the strongest women protesters. I ask you to stand up, please. Huda Khamosh. She was one of the first women who took to the streets to protest. Madina Darwazi, she spent 40 days in prison with her baby, for raising her voice. And only recently, they were able to flee to save their lives to Norway. They never wished to leave their country, like none of us ever wish to leave our country. They say nobody wants to leave their country unless your home is in the mouth of shark. Our home is now in the mouth of shark. But, thank you, ladies, but severe women's rights and human rights violation is not the only crisis people of Afghanistan suffer. In fact, they are the most severe human rights violation. Taliban have continued since the return to power to suppress women. They have issued 100 edicts banning women from secondary education, the right to work, the right to mobility, the right to go to the park, the right to anything that a woman do to make her feel as a human being. This is in contradiction to what Taliban said during negotiation, and in contradiction to what the world has portrayed a Taliban 2.0. We need to engage with them. I remember 3-4 years back when there was a protest or somebody was raising their voice against the negotiation with Taliban. In fact, there is a woman outside who is actually protesting against me for negotiating with the Taliban. She said, why did you negotiate with them? Then, if we were against the negotiation, we were called as against peace, people who are loving war. But today, we know that Taliban 2.0 was a narrative created for us, and we seem to believe it, and now we are trapped into that narrative. As I said, women's rights is not the only crisis in Afghanistan. Taliban believe either you feel and you think and you do what they do, you believe the same way they do, or you do not have the right to exist. They do not believe in coexistence. And that's what we have tried to do when we negotiated with them. We have tried to take them the message that Afghanistan today has transformed. Afghanistan today believes in equality. People in rural and urban Afghanistan want their daughters to go to school, want their sisters to be educated and to have a job and a life with dignity. This was the message I tried to take to the Taliban. And then they said, yes, women can be PhD holders. This is on the record. Women can have jobs, become prime minister. This is on the record from Taliban across the table telling us, but they were lying. On the contrary, when they came to power, the first thing they did, I was in Afghanistan, they banned women from secondary school because, and this is in contradiction with the principles of our religion. Our religion is about coexistence. They do this because they're afraid of women. An educated woman will never allow her child to pick up a gun, and Taliban will eventually lose the ground. They use women as a bargaining chip. Today, not only women, religious minorities, ethnic groups, linguistic groups, they are either pushed to the side or arbitrarily detained, they are killed, targeted killing, and people are left with two choices. Either they flee their country, a country that we had hoped so much and strive to be a different country, a country for everybody. Today, 8 million people from Afghanistan have left Afghanistan. This is official data. A migrant crisis in your borders. Or they're forcing people to pick up harder choice, to go to join other military forces and eventually endanger the global security. The world has ignored and tried to deliberately de-link the relationship between women's rights and security, between human rights and security. We think security is a standalone issue, and only by protecting our borders from a security perspective, we can secure our nation. This is a wrong perception. And that is the base for so many countries in the region that engage with Taliban, accept the credentials of Taliban, because they want to be safe. They often forget that there is a direct link between human rights, women's rights, and security. Lack of women in the job market paved the way for further economic hardship, led to grim humanitarian crisis. We know that jobs create hope and optimism. Hope and optimism are the strongest antidote to extremism. Education is the prerequisite for hope. Today, by banning women from education, the Taliban have killed hope among women and men in Afghanistan, paving the way for recruitment of many military extremist groups that could further endanger the global community. I think it's time for us, for the global community, to step back and fix our mistakes. We owe it to the people of Afghanistan. We owe it to that beautiful country, to the women, to the peace-loving women and men of Afghanistan. I think it's a time for the global community to step back and see where they have made a mistake. I would like to urge the world to reassess their unprincipled and continued engagement that has resulted no change on the situation of people in Afghanistan. I'm not against engagement, but it has to be defined with principles. What is it that we want to achieve? Is it only our economic and security interest, or is it also for the people and for the women of Afghanistan? I think it's time for the world to make the accountability mechanisms work before it's too late for the global South to believe that all these claims of human rights, women's rights, are just a slogan. We need to make the accountability mechanisms work. And therefore, we need to make sure that gender apartheid is recognized as a crime against humanity. And here, when I speak about gender apartheid, I don't mean to use a political slogan. I am pro-engagement, I'm pro-peace. I have negotiated with Taliban when my hand was in cast by the bullet of Taliban. But I think we need to give this message to our children, to our next generation, that the international accountability mechanisms, the law and order, is responsibility of every one of us. And therefore, apartheid is actually happening in Afghanistan. Aparting women for their gender from any sphere is apartheid. Pressure, illegal pressure, will not only make the Taliban accountable, but make those who believe that power is for them to misuse accountable to our human rights principles. I'm often asked, and this is the question I also ask the women of Afghanistan, what keeps you going? Because when I talk to them, their faces are always in smile. When I talk to their fathers and brothers, I know that they are suffering. I know that they are suffering from mental health crisis. Because what does it feel, or how does it feel when you wake up in the morning and you only look at the window of your house and look the beautiful world from the small window of your house and sleep with no hope? How does it feel? For once, I would like to invite all of you to put your feet in the shoes of those men and women, the fathers and the mothers and the girls of Afghanistan. I tell them often, what keeps you moving? They tell me, the Taliban are brutal. They have a lot of power by having the guns and weapons, often left to them by the international forces that fled Afghanistan. But they tell me that they're more powerful because their cause is a cause of better world, that they stand on the principles of equality, and their voice is much more stronger than any bullet. We must stand with them. We must stand in the right side of history. We will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you so much to you, Fasya Kofi. From one dedicated feminist to another. Our next speaker is a designer and an activist. Born in Chile, living in Barcelona, she's especially engaged in the intersection between climate justice and gender equality. Please welcome Karin Watson-Ferrer. Karin, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Ingvild. Dear friends, distinguished guests, and fellow advocates, today we gather to celebrate and draw inspiration from Narges Mohammadi, whose extraordinary courage, resilience, and dedication have earned her the 2023 Nobel Peace Prize. Narges' relentless fight for human rights and gender equality, even while enduring imprisonment, highlights the strength required to confront and dismantle oppressive systems. Her bravery underscores the need for collective action and solidarity. Throughout history, the fight for gender justice has remained central to global movements for liberation and freedom. Women and their activism have always been at the heart of these struggles, shaping the course of history. Currently being written in the history books of freedom are the women of Iran, who are risking everything to reclaim their rights and uphold their dignity. Each woman embodies a courage that resonates deeply, especially for those who have endured repression and unjust control. Narges' remarkable struggle and continued perseverance sheds light on the broader issues that we confront daily as activists and communities committed to challenging oppressive systems. Growing up in Chile, I am part of a generation that inherited a neoliberal system imposed during a dictatorship that privatized our lives and stripped away fundamental rights, a legacy that continues to affect us to this day. This system dismantles societal foundations by prioritizing profit over people, marginalizing women, and increasing their vulnerability through economic exclusion and privatization. Restrictive laws and oppressive morals were enforced to control our bodies, especially the bodily autonomy of women, non-binary, transgender, intersex, and other gender-diverse individuals. These mechanisms served as tools of domination, upholding a system dependent on the exploitation of gender labor. In Chile, as in many Latin American countries, the control over women's bodies has been deeply oppressive, though different from the explicit and violent laws in Iran that dictate how women should dress, behave, think, and exist. For years, Chilean laws banned abortion, even in cases of rape, non-viable pregnancies, or when the mother's life was at risk. Our movement achieved a major step forward with the decriminalization of abortion under specific circumstances. But this is only one milestone on a long journey toward full autonomy. This struggle for reproductive rights mirrors efforts across Latin America, where, thanks to the dedication and resilience of the activist movements, Argentina legalized abortion in 2020, and Colombia followed with decriminalization in 2022. Yet, countries like El Salvador maintain some of the strictest anti-abortion laws in the world, while setbacks in places like the United States with the overturning of Roe versus Wade demonstrates that progress can be undone. These policies are not just relics of the past, but manifestations of a system that sees our bodies as territory to be controlled and our decisions as something to be regulated. However, to truly understand these global challenges, we must examine them through an intersectional lens. Patriarchy, neoliberalism, and colonialism are just some of the forces that have worked together under capitalism to systematically exploit and control women, especially those who are poor, indigenous, Afro-descendant, and come from the most marginalized communities. Understanding the interconnected nature of oppression is crucial in our fight for collective liberation. It is not just about opposing individual forms of control, but about challenging the entire system that seeks to dominate and suppress. These systems of oppression do not operate in isolation. They intertwine to create a web that limits our choices, rights, and lives. Thus, the struggle for bodily autonomy is deeply linked to a broader battle. This movement aims for more than just individual freedom. It seeks comprehensive justice that recognizes our rights as human beings and our place within the earth. We fight not only for women's rights or sexual and reproductive rights, but for liberation and justice, because as Fannie Lou Hamer said, nobody's free until everybody's free. In my fight for women's rights, I've come to see that climate justice is a crucial aspect of this struggle. It is no coincidence that Earth is nicknamed Mother Nature. The same structures that control our bodies also exploit their ecosystems and lands, marginalizing the communities that rely on them and worsening global inequalities. In Chile, the neoliberal model has not only commodified essential elements like water, but also created unsustainable living conditions for many communities. Addressing climate justice, like gender justice, demands dismantling these harmful and invasive power structures. Understanding the connection between our struggles is vital to creating a world where peace, justice, and dignity are realities for all. During protests and social uprisings in the past years in Chile, a powerful idea resonated. No habrá paz sin justicia. There will be no peace without justice. This cry emerged from the streets, from the voices of those who have been oppressed, marginalized, and silenced for too long. It was a response to the narratives that sought to co-opt the idea of peace, a pushback to those who wanted to silence the rightful demands of the people and the collective actions that aim for real change. The peace that was offered to us was superficial, a truce that benefited only those already in power, already privileged from the deep inequity of our country. But we understood that a peace without justice is not peace at all. It is simply a quieter form of oppression. True peace can only be built upon a foundation of justice. Because there can be no peace if we are denied the right to decide over our bodies. There can be no peace if our lands are destroyed and our communities marginalized. There can be no peace if our voices are silenced and our right to protest is suppressed. There can be no peace while women anywhere in the world continue to be oppressed. As we honor Narges Mohammadi and reflect on the interconnected global fight for justice, I cannot conclude without acknowledging the just and dignified struggle of the Palestinian people. Palestine's struggle is a stark reminder of our collective battle against all forms of colonial and patriarchal domination. As Nada Elia writes, in the streets and in the fields, at home and in exile, Palestinian women have resisted, organized, and persisted, even as they face the multiple challenges of negotiating a patriarchy aggravated by the gender violence of settler colonialism. At this very moment in Palestine, women, girls, children, men continue to endure inconceivable suffering born from decades of relentless systemic oppression and violence. As the world bears witness to this ongoing genocide and apartheid, the silence of many resounds with a deafening weight. For 315 days, the cry for justice from the Palestinian people has gone unanswered. There can be no peace without justice for Palestine, or freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians. For the women in Palestine, for the women in Iran, Afghanistan, in Latin America, and the world, let us raise our voices and act to dismantle the structures that perpetuate this suffering. Let us all stand firmly in solidarity with those who are oppressed and commit ourselves to a relentless pursuit of peace, one that embodies justice, dignity, and equity for all. Thank you. Free Narges and free Palestine.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen. You can stay a little, Karen, because we're going to visit the neighboring room again, Sri Srinivasan, and see what is happening with the digital audience. Hello, Sri.
Hello, how are you? We are having a great chance to listen to such important conversations with our students here and our online audience, people watching from around the world. And we are so grateful for their comments and their questions. And we have a couple. Can we ask them of your audience, of your speakers?
Yeah, do you have a question for any of the three speakers?
Sure. So let's go to a video question that we have for you.
So my question is, which piece of advice can you give to someone who comes from a very patriarchal society, which really want to work on feminism and try to help the women who are struggling in particular country, mostly in Africa?
Wow, that's a really powerful question from Abdul there. It can be difficult for boys to grow up in a patriarchal society. I wonder, Shireen Ebadi, would you mind coming back to the stage to answer Abdul's question? And I know as a woman, you've probably also spoken to boys about this topic, but I want to ask you to be short, Shireen, because we don't have so much time.
They've told me not to speak much, but they don't know that if you're a lawyer, you cannot be brief. In order for a man to be a feminist, it's enough if he puts himself in his mother's shoes and think about his mother's life and how he would have felt had he had the same life as his mother. Then he may be able to realize how important feminism is. That's on a personal level. Now, regarding how such people can be influential in society, I think the solution is education, raising awareness. Raise awareness about the detrimental effects of patriarchy. Now, when I speak about a patriarchal culture, I'm not only referring to the male gender here. What I mean is a wrong culture which does not accept equality of human beings. And unfortunately, it's men who are mainly part of this wrong culture. I hope I've managed to provide a brief, as I've been asked, answer.
I'm sure Abdul liked that answer, and we'll make sure he knows that you have spoken to him. Sri, I know you have many other questions coming in, but we are running a bit late here on the main stage, so we'll get back to you later. Now we will hear from the director of the Peace Research Institute of Oslo, Henrik Udal. He is here to help explain the connection between gender rights and peace. Please, Henrik, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Ingvild, and thank you to the Nobel Peace Center for organizing this fabulous conference. It's very inspiring being here. I noticed I wasn't introduced as a dedicated feminist, but I would have been happy to. I'm going to say something about women's rights in the world today and about rollbacks and progress. And in order to do that, we need information, we need data. We need to address not only one or two factors, but we need to assess a range of factors that affect women's status in the world. And that is precisely what PRIO has been engaged in together with the Georgetown University's Women, Peace and Security Center. We have produced the Women, Peace and Security Index now for the 4th time, ranking a total of 177 different countries, 99% of the world's population. And this is a tool to monitor progress. This is an opportunity for the civil society to hold states accountable and see if we are indeed progressing or going the wrong way. The index, I should also say, is highly correlated with both peace and democracy, because we know very well from research that the respect for women's rights is positively associated both with peace and with democracy. So we are looking at a number of different factors, a total of 13, across 3 different dimensions. We have inclusion, and it was already mentioned in the case of Afghanistan, education and employment is absolutely essential, but also political representation, financial inclusion, and cell phone use, which is an indicator of women's independence. We have indicators of justice, including both formal aspects, such as access to justice, but also the degree of legal discrimination. And then we have important indicators that say something about the level of discrimination, both maternal mortality and the bias for sons, so male offspring. And then finally, we have an indicator or dimension, security, ranging from intimate partner violence, the private domain, to community safety, to political violence targeting women in the public domain, and exposure of women to armed conflict. So what does this show? You can see the map to the right, and you can, of course, access the full report from PRIO's web pages. The darker the blue, the greater respect for women's rights. The lighter the blue, the lower the respect for women's rights. And this is the takeaway point in terms of where these 177 countries are ranked. On top, we find Denmark, Switzerland, Sweden, Finland, Iceland. On the bottom, we find several of the countries we have discussed today: Afghanistan, Yemen, Central African Republic, Congo, South Sudan, all countries that have seen significant armed conflict violence in recent years as well. But we're not only interested in where we are, the status, we are interested in where we are traveling. And we see that there is a lot of diversity. Not everything is certainly staying the same. If you look to the very left, that is the so-called developed countries group. Even there is a lot of diversity between Denmark on top and Israel on the bottom. To the very right, you see fragile states, Kosovo being on top, Afghanistan at the bottom. And you also have the regional top and bottom scores, perhaps somewhat interesting, with South Asia being both the region that has the lowest top point with Sri Lanka and the lowest bottom point with Afghanistan. And then we are interested, as I said, in terms of where are these countries traveling? Are we progressing, or where are we progressing, and where are we going backwards? And these are the top 15 countries in terms of progression between 2017, which was our first year, and 2023. And the green areas, the green countries here, are the sub-Saharan African countries. And quite, I think, encouraging is that we see 6 African countries, sub-Saharan African countries, being amongst the 15 that has progressed most in this period. The red ones are the Middle East. Again, perhaps surprisingly, but 5 of the top 15 countries that progressed the most are actually in the Middle Eastern region. And then the countries that are rolling back in the same period, 2017 to 2023, the region that has seen the most rolling back is actually Latin America, with 6 countries being on top 15, but also African countries. So Africa is both on bottom and top in terms of progress for sub-Saharan African countries that have declined significantly. You also see Iran as being one of the countries that has seen the most significant rolling back in these past 6 years. If we look at the overall results, the global average index score has actually improved by 3 percentage points. But as I said, there is a lot of diversity. Countries are differing significantly in terms of whether they are progressing or going backwards. Also, I think we can all agree that 3% on such an index is a relatively marginal improvement. We would have loved to see a much more significant improvement. Regionally, East Asia and the Pacific, and also the Middle East and North Africa, have seen the strongest improvement in this index. And Latin America and the Caribbean is the only region demonstrating a very significant decline. And if we go down below this broad index at the indicator level, we see that women's financial inclusion and legal rights have actually progressed the most in this period, while women's employment and also proximity to conflict, so exposure to conflict, is the area that has deteriorated the most. And this is demonstrating the last point. You see the top red line here is the proportion of women in the world that live close to a conflict area. And the red line there is significantly increasing from around 300 million people up to 600 million people. So a doubling in terms of the number of women who are exposed to armed conflict in their neighborhood. But I also want to draw our attention to the fact that there is actually quite a bit that can be done politically. This is not something that is given. If we look at one of the indicators that we have included in the index, maternal mortality, there has been a very, very significant decrease in maternal mortality if we go back in time. And see just the steep decline in countries like Malaysia and later Ethiopia that has seen major, major improvements, and this is a result of policy. If we look at education, this is regional averages of secondary education for women. We also see a strong increase over time. This is going back to 1970, but still, work to be done. If we look at most global south regions, we're now approaching roughly 80% of women having access to secondary education. If we look at sub-Saharan Africa, we're now just above 40%. And then finally, I wanted to show you this slide. And this is a forecast of the population of Nigeria according to two different education scenarios. The top one is what we call the generalized education trends. This is what is happening if we just do what we're doing now, not increasing education, and then I'm talking about particularly increasing education for women. What you see here is the middle is the red part, is those that have no education. Yellow is primary education only, and then you have blue and dark blue, which is secondary and tertiary education. And the bottom scenario is one where we are progressing, where we have the most ambitious policy for increasing education for everyone, but that means that we are increasing education for women in particular. And as you can see, that population pyramid is much smaller. This is in 2050, and that means that women have been able to get education over a long time. That means that many women are choosing to have, for instance, fewer children, and that provides for a more sustainable population pyramid, but it also provides for, obviously, for higher education, for better social practices, for a much more secure and prosperous future. So this is the two different scenarios that we can see only resulting from education. And it underscores that the future is not given, the future is the one that we are creating. Thank you.
Thank you to Henrik Urdal. Thank you for giving us something to chew on in the break. There will be a break for 20 minutes. We'll be back from the main stage in 20 minutes. My colleague Sri will keep the digital stream going. Stay tuned. See you later.
Hi, everybody. We are back. The main stage is taking a break, but we're here with United World College Red Cross Nordic. Hello, everybody. They've been such a great audience, listening, talking, sharing, asking questions, and we have a global audience watching. Thousands of people are watching us and sharing their questions and comments. I just want to read you a couple of comments. Hello from London. I'm Charmaine from the global feminist organization, The Circle. We support women and girls confronting gender-based violence and economic inequality across the world. Happy to be tuning in here. Any place in which there is no respect for women, there's no security for life. This is one of the comments we got, and one from Dr. Taimi Castle, is the director of the Mahatma Gandhi Center for Global Nonviolence at James Madison University in Virginia. Greetings, everyone. I'm Aida from Hokkaido University in Japan, feeling great to attend this conference virtually. Thank you. And also hello to everyone from UWC Mostar in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Hello, they're your friends, your colleagues. We have a special live show for you just from the Mandela Room, and we're going to be joined by two very special guests who will be joining us in just a moment, and we will give you a chance to ask them questions. The twins, the daughter and son of Nargis Mohammadi will be here, as well as Karen, the activist from Chile that you saw speak. I want you folks to think about questions you would like to ask. And we're still seeing the comments that are coming in. Here's one from someone who says that when Malala was selected for the Nobel Peace Prize, I think it was the biggest moment for South Asia. And this is the impact that the Nobel Peace Prize has. People pay attention and listen when you have the power that comes from the Nobel Peace Prize. And as you know, this is the Nobel Peace Conference, and on October 11th, on the Friday, will be the announcement of the Nobel Prize for Peace, this year's winner, the 2024 winner. And then in December, around on the date of Alfred Nobel's, by his will, it's always on December 10th, there will be the Nobel Prizes ceremony. They'll be in Stockholm, and the peace ceremony will be here in Norway. And at that time will be the start of the preparation for the next exhibition that you can see in person if you come to Oslo, the Nobel Peace Center. And please check out nobelpeacecenter.org. Follow them on all the platforms, on Instagram, on Twitter, on Facebook, YouTube. And what you'll see there, among lots of great archival material, is a special exhibition about Yoko Ono and her quest for peace, and what she has done as a person who has brought the world together through music and the power of her voice. And so we are going to be joined in a few minutes by our special guests who are making their way from the main stage. And we are so grateful to the online audience for being here. Please continue to post. Use the hashtag Woman Life Freedom, Nobel Peace Conference, and Free Nargis. Very important that you're able to reach the global audience and send that power, send that emotion that we're feeling all the way to Evan prison, where, as you know, she has been imprisoned, and she's our 2023 Nobel laureate. So I think you are now ready for our very special guests who are going to take your questions and talk to you. Our guests are joining us from the main stage. Thank you very much for being here. Please welcome onto the stage Ali and Kiana. The microphones for both of you. You are two amazing young people. As a father of twins, I can't imagine what it is like to go through everything you're going through, but you do have each other, and I know that is important. So let's start with a question about what it's like to be representing your mother these last 1 year in this very public and very powerful way. Ali? By the way, who's the boss here?
My sister. Of course.
Yeah, what is it like to represent your mom?
Yes, of course. Yes, for me and my sister, it's very important. You know, in the start, when I was very, very young, I never understand why my father and my mother was arrested. Why sometimes he don't come home, and for a long time I cannot see them. But after, I think 4 or 5 years after my birth, I realized, unfortunately, for in Iran, I am obligated to, my father and my mother are obligated to fight. And this time I understand, I am, because if my mother and my father fight in Iran, it's of course for the freedom, for the equality, but it's for me and my sister too. In Iran, for example, if you are a woman, you cannot s'habiller comme on veut. Dress how you like. If you are homosexual, bi, lesbian, you cannot enjoy your life. If you support the system as ecologist, if you are ecologist activities, you cannot, because the regime don't support that. So I understand we are obligated to support our mother, and it's why today we are ready to representing my mother.
You're very strong, very brave people. Thank you. Kiana, can you talk a little bit about the moment at the Nobel ceremony when you were both there? You received the Nobel Peace Prize on behalf of your mother. What was that like? What was your emotions? How did you feel?
Okay, hello everyone. So I'm Kiana, and when it was and sorry for my English, I don't speak English very well, so
No, you
I
speak
can
great,
repeat.
don't worry.
Okay, cool. So it was, I was really nervous because so many people were here, and I didn't know how I forgot everything, how living, how talking, how just walking. And I remember before the Nobel, I watched video who speak how it's a little ridiculous, but they speak about how walking with confidence for go to stage.
And see the royal family there, yeah.
Yes, it was good, but I was really nervous because it was the first time.
Yeah, and you also brought a message that was smuggled out of Iran prison from your mother. And what is the emotion that you're going through as you were reading those very powerful words that she talked about, the cold, high walls of the prison?
I don't really good speak Persian too, so my mother used really complicated words, so I don't understand everything. But when I read, I remember, I realized really this is her who write this letter, because I recognized how she write letter, speech, or something like this. And I have an impression maybe she's here back on me, but it was good.
And you feel her presence with you, right?
Yes, exactly.
And Ali, can you, we're going to take a couple of questions from the audience, so audience get ready. Ali, tell us, your father is here and he has raised you, as Ms. Abadi was telling us. What is your relationship as the three of you as you're going through life?
I think my sister cannot, tu peux mieux répondre. My sister can answer very better of.
So in home, I'm the boss, and I'm the queen. And when I say do that, they do that.
Okay.
Because I'm the only woman, and it was difficult for me in the beginning, but now I'm the boss, so I win.
No, it's true, because in the first, when my mother are arrested and we come in French, Paris, for my father, it's very, very difficult to learn the life for me and my sister, because for 3 years, he never see the their children grow up. So when in 2015 we go with our father in French, he understand now, because my mother are arrested and we cannot go back in Iran, we are obligated to live in Paris. In the beginning, my father don't want, because he was very scared, because in the first we don't speak French. We spend all our time in Iran, so he don't want shock me and my sister. But he understand, he are obligated, and we too.
Oh.
Yes. And but now it's me, my father, and my sister try our best, and now it's just beautiful life. Ready.
Okay, we have just a few minutes left, so if I can take your microphone, I'm going to come here, and she's going to ask you a question. Yeah, introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Maya. I am from here. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. I'm from Morocco, but I live in Colombia, and I had a question for you guys. I feel like what is exceptional about last year's Nobel Peace Laureate in general is the fact that there is youth representation, and I was just wondering, like, with your perspective as teenagers, what is a message you would like to convey to us also teenagers that have this dream of making a change in the world and making a positive impact based on your experience?
Est-ce que tu peux traduire en français, s'il te plaît?
Oui, je peux faire. Oui. Donc, ce qui est exceptionnel du prix Nobel de la paix de l'année dernière, c'est le fait qu'il y a la représentation de la jeunesse, comme vous. Du coup, quel serait un message que vous voudrez partager à tous ceux qui sont dans cette salle et tous ceux qui sont en dehors de la salle, qui voudraient faire un impact dans le monde et changer le monde d'une certaine manière?
For me, we have to help everyone who needs help. And freedom don't have price. And freedom, this is the most important thing in the world.
Yeah.
Bon, in the first, sorry for my English, I try to speak good.
Speaking great.
Thank you. Just today, in the Occident, in Europe, America, we don't realize we have a big problem. Because now, today, our world, it's all world. For example, if in Syria, Bashar al-Assad kill his people, Syrian people, he start to go in Europe. It's a little politics, sorry. But the extreme right start to say he are not good person, he cannot come here. And in Occident, in Europe, in America, the democracy background, a lot. So if I have one message just for your security, defending our security, our life, our fight, because we are. It's very very symbolic, but it's true. We are all together. We are together, and our democracy is your democracy. Your security is your security, and of course we are human. For example, if you see what's happened in Palestine, Congo, Sudan, Iran, Afghanistan, it's very, very difficult. So just because we are human, we are obligated to defend, to speak about that, to support that person and more.
Okay, thank you. We have another question. Thank you very much. Come on up.
So, hi, my name is Adira. I'm from Indonesia. I sadly don't speak French, so maybe you're going to have to translate this for me. But we know your mother is a very strong woman and as an activist and someone who speaks for the rights of not only women but everybody in Iran. And I want to know, at the end of the day, she is your mother. And what about her inspires you to this day? And what has she taught you about having the responsibility to fight for the voice of people and the youth as well? Yeah, that's my question.
Parce que ta mère, qu'est-ce qu'elle t'a appris sur la responsabilité des personnes pour parler dans la face de l'oppression? Puis c'est quoi les choses que elle t'a appris que tu veux que les autres personnes prennent avec eux pour donner à les autres?
Honestly, in the beginning, I didn't understand my mother and I didn't support her. This is sad, but this is true. But now I can understand and I can accept her choice because this is her life and her choice. In the beginning, I just want my mother. I don't care about democracy, freedom. It was not important for me. I just want to grow up with a mother. But now I understand, and she learned me to be determined. She learned me to fight for freedom. And she said, for the last time, freedom don't have price, and you have to fight for freedom. Freedom for everyone.
Okay, so we're going to pause here. We wish we had more time with both of you, but please stick around for a minute. Folks, give them a big hand. And best of luck with your education and everything else you're doing and fighting with the Nargis Foundation for the world. Folks, we have got one more Kahoot question that we have for all of you. So it'll remind you of being in school, right? If you've been in school, you know Kahoot. So pull out your phones, kahoot.it. If you go to kahoot.it, there's going to be a QR code coming up and a pin. please use that so that you can participate. And we're going to ask you to tell us one word to describe what women's rights means to you. So watch for that. When it comes up, you can participate. You see the game pin, and you use that. Are you folks Kahoot users? Have you used it in your school in France? Yes. You have, okay, yeah. So Kahoot.it, and the question will be, what is one word what does it mean for women's rights? And then we'll show the answer a little later. Is it? It'll work. So just stay tuned for that. But here's one thing we're going to do. Shall we take a selfie with our guests here? Yes. So if you would stand up, we'll take a selfie while this question is coming on stage, and we're going to turn around. And all right, ready? 1, 2, 3, and then we'll let you. You want to take it? You do one on this side and one on this side for the.
I think that.
Okay, one side. This. Wait. Can you come here? Okay. We're going to do two. One this way and one this way. Yeah. Okay. Okay, one on the other side. Yeah. Question. Well, thank you so much. Before you go, what are your plans? What can you tell?
Picture. This is my plans.
Okay.
Smile, everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay. Before you leave, what are your plans? What are you going to do in the next year or so, without revealing too much, of course?
Maybe I want to be a lawyer for women's rights, or completely opposite, chef, the person who cook.
Ali?
I don't know. Sorry. But I am sure and confident. I never let the fight of my mother and my father. I continue that. It's a certitude. But for my job, I don't know.
Thank you. Go ahead. Your one more thought, finishing thought. Yeah.
Just sorry for my English. Just that.
No. Folks, thank you so much to both of you. Wonderful, Alina. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you to them. Please connect and share their story and share what they're doing with the world. Bye-bye. Folks, you're seeing the energy in this room. That's because we are joined here by United World College, Red Cross Nordic. And we have people watching around the world at the various campuses of United World College. And we're very grateful to the entire team for bringing the students here and for connecting us around the world. This story, this conference is all about getting out the story of Nargis Mohammadi. Please help us. Please share the videos. Please connect. Please make sure you use the hashtag #FreeNargis, as well as Nobel Peace Conference, and also use Woman, Life, Freedom. We have lots of questions, comments coming in here. Greetings to everyone from the people of Iran is one of the comments that has come in. And so many questions. We will try to fit them in as we go through this. But we are so grateful to this in-person audience. Yeah. And everyone who is watching online. If you're in Oslo, there is the Nobel Peace Festival with music, entertainment, and so much more, which will start at 4 p.m. local time. So if you're in Norway, please come down to the Nobel Peace Center. It's outdoors, and these folks have already gotten ready, listening to music. I saw some dancing, is that right? Yeah, so they're ready. All of you, please come down the festival. We want to send good vibes out into the world. And with that, we're now ready to go back to the main stage, and to Ingvild and the team there. We are listening and ready to participate as we go through. So over to Ingvild and the main stage of the Nobel Peace Conference 2024.
Welcome back to the Nobel Peace Conference 2024 Woman, Life, Freedom. In the second part of this conference, we will look at solutions to counter the rollbacks we've been hearing about in the first part of the conference. And we will also hear stories about how the lives of women have improved through different measures. First in the session, we shall hear from a man who has dedicated his life to empowering women. At the peak of the conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo, hundreds of women were raped every day. Many of them were left brutally damaged and expelled from their community. At the Panzi Hospital, they have helped thousands of these women back to life. This week, the Panzi Hospital turns 25 years, and that is why the founder, Dr. Denis Mukwege, the Nobel Peace Prize laureate of 2018, was not able to travel to Oslo to be here today. He has delivered a video speech for us. Please welcome Dr. Denis Mukwege.
Dear fellow Nobel laureates, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you during this important conference that brings us together to focus on one of the most critical struggles of our time, the human rights of women and girls. Democracy and rule of law are declining across the world, and the multilateral system is being sidelined by geopolitical rivalry and the temptation of nationalism. No country is spared by the growing negative trend of human rights, recession, and women are paying the heaviest price. Indeed, the advance of recent decades on the women's rights front remain fragile in every continent. These rights can never be taken for granted. Thus, our fight for a world in which every woman and girl have the right to live free from violence and prosper must continue with redoubled efforts to counter the rollbacks on women's rights. This is what we have been striving to do for the past 25 years in response to the epidemic of conflict-related sexual violence in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, which persists to this day. To meet these needs of our patients, we have developed at Panzi Hospital and Foundation a holistic victim-centered care model that addresses all the interconnected consequences of sexual violence: medical, psychological, legal, and socio-economic. This one-stop center model of comprehensive assistance is offered in one location so that victims only must tell their story once, thus mitigating the re-traumatization, and are then guided through an internal a la carte referral system where they can receive personalized support. Our aim is to transform their pain into power and make survivors agents of change in society once they have found the right solutions to their physical and or mental health problems. Therefore, we provide them with educational opportunities, leadership skills, and access to empowerment to help them make a living and contribute to community recovery, sustainable development, social justice, and peace building efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, conflict-related sexual violence is a result of existing inequalities and abuses that are found during peacetime. Hence, men and boys need to be part of the solution, and we strongly believe that education is key to change mentalities and to put an end to toxic masculinity. In addition, we call on states to mobilize the fight against the impunity that remains the rule rather than the exception for sexual and gender-based crimes, be it in conflict or in peace. Victims are entitled not only to quality holistic care, but also to justice, truth, and reparation. Finally, we are urging the international community to abandon double standards that are eroding the credibility of global institutions charged with maintaining international peace and security, applauding the rule of law, and protecting universal human rights. Thank you for your mobilization alongside women towards a more just and equal world where everyone has the right to make their own choice freely, to realize their full potential, and to live in accordance with human dignity.
Dr. Denise Mukwege's solution is a multi-angle approach to helping women back to society and thereby helping the whole community. During the next 45 minutes, we will dive into 4 other solutions for empowering women and strengthening gender equality. 4 powerful speakers will present case studies from the legal system, from the business sector, politics, and civil society. And on the stage, they will be joined by our exploration panel. They will be sitting on these high chairs as judges and will be invited to ask questions. Our panel is Laila Bukhari, who is Director of Global Security and Geopolitics in Yara. They are Jon Peder Egenes, who is Secretary General in Amnesty International and has served in different positions there for more than 30 years, and Karin Watson-Ferrer, who we also met in session 1. So while they take their seats and install on the high stools, let's revisit Sri Srinivasan and hear how things are going with the digital audience and how they can engage in this part of the show.
Thank you, Ingvild. While you had a break, we had a special show for our digital audience, and we have thousands of people watching around the world, and we had Ali and Colleen come here to talk about their work with their mother and to take questions from the audience. It was a very moving opportunity for us to hear them from a little more personal side. And now, as you talk about solutions, we want everyone who's watching online to participate. Please go into the online channel you're watching and post comments and post questions and react to what you've seen here. And before we go back to you, Ingvild, we are going to show you a map of where people are watching from around the world on Kahoot. So let's see if we can get that up for you so you can see it and see what a truly global audience we have. And this, of course, doesn't even represent everybody, but just the folks who were able to show us where they are live. So we asked the audience to use Kahoot to share where they are, And that's what we showed on the screen. So we're going to put that on there. And you can see that this is only a taste of where people are watching from. Tens of thousands of people watching live from around the world. And these are the people who told us where they're watching from using Kahoot. But you get a sense of this is not just a conversation in Oslo, in Norway, or Scandinavia. This is a truly global conversation, and people are watching live and will be watching the recording everywhere, including Iran, as we've already seen so many comments coming in from there. So, Ingvild, back to you.
Thank you, Sri. And now let me introduce the first speaker in this section, Her Excellency Dr. Fatou Bensouda. She serves as a Gambian High Commissioner to the UK. She's the former prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. She was the trial attorney for the UN International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda following the genocide in the mid-90s. And it was during these trials that rape was recognized as a means of genocide for the first time. Please welcome Dr. Fatou Bensouda.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I'm happy to be here. And Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is for me a distinct pleasure to address the esteemed audience present here and online at this edition of the Nobel Peace Conference, not least given the critical topic at the focus of our discussions. I'm grateful to the Nobel Peace Center for this kind invitation, and I seize the opportunity to congratulate all Nobel Peace laureates, and indeed all the conscientious people around the world who work tirelessly and often at great personal sacrifice to advance the cause of peace, of justice, equality, and human rights. That work remains ever so crucial to the advancement of the human condition. Ladies and gentlemen, I have always held the impassioned belief that irrespective of one's role, we all shoulder the responsibility to promote gender equality and women empowerment until the struggle is won. I've tried to live that conviction in practice throughout my career. As the former chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, and as its first woman chief prosecutor, I witnessed the devastating consequences of armed conflict and sexual and gender-based crimes on victims and affected communities. Sexual and gender-based violence is characteristic of so many conflicts, often perpetrated as a deliberate weapon of war or repression. This must stop, and no one entity, no one institution, no one country can hope to achieve real success and progress alone. That is my first message. A call for collective action, all in our respective capacities, to counter the scourge of sexual and gender-based crimes. Women and girls are often doubly victimized. Not only do combatants see their bodies as battlefields, but their own communities often reject and ostracize them for what they have endured. International justice, and indeed criminal justice at the domestic level, have a vital role to play in deterring and punishing sexual and gender-based crimes in times of conflict. Upon taking office as ICC prosecutor, one of my primary goals was to ensure that the protection of the law is employed to the fullest extent to foster a culture of accountability where sexual violence is no longer tolerated without consequence. In 2014, I launched the court's first comprehensive policy on sexual and gender-based crimes to guide the office's investigations and prosecutions of these crimes. And I made the work in this area a strategic priority. The policy was implemented across all our cases and situations, and action was taken whenever supported by the evidence. This was also the first policy on sexual and gender-based crimes to be published by any international court or tribunal. In situations under investigations, including in Uganda, Mali, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the Central African Republic, to name a few, we were confronted with the pervasiveness of sexual and gender-based crimes. We gathered the necessary evidence to build cases that are reflective of the nature of these crimes with a view to holding the perpetrators to account. To cite a couple of examples, in the case against the Lord's Resistance Army Commander Dominic Ongwen, during my term, the office presented a case reflective of the multidimensional harm experienced by victims. And charges included, for the first time at the ICC, forced marriage and forced pregnancy. We won that case, and the verdict was upheld on appeal. In the case against Mr. Bosco Ntaganda, we charged the accused for rape and sexual slavery committed against the child soldiers within his own armed group in the DRC. We tried to push the envelope of the law to bring added protection to children from the scourge of sexual violence. The court's judges agreed with us, and we also secured an important conviction in that case, pushing the boundaries of the law to ensure accountability for such crimes committed within members of one's own group and not just against the opposing group. So this was a major contribution to international humanitarian law. During the preliminary examination phase, we also analyzed allegations of rape and other forms of sexual violence in, amongst others, Myanmar, in the context of the alleged deportation of the Rohingya, by advocating before the ICC judges that this alleged crime crystallized in Bangladesh, which is a state party to the Rome Statute, and which gives the ICC jurisdiction, even though Myanmar was not a state party. We brought cases of sexual abuses against male and female detainees in Ukraine and in Venezuela, as well as sexual violence against women and girls in IDP camps in Nigeria. Ours must be an age where we stand up, once and for all, in the face of such horrendous crimes and declare with one voice that we will relentlessly pursue those who tear violently at the social fabric of society through such egregious crimes. Whether addressing sexual and gender-based crimes during conflict or other international crimes, we must ensure we do so in a principled fashion, independently and objectively, without fear or favor, irrespective of the power or the identity of perpetrators. Only then will the law matter. And that is how I served my mandate as ICC Chief Prosecutor. Let me conclude by offering this. As primary victims of violence within the outside of the home, as well as in the context of political and military conflicts, women have a unique understanding of the psychological and physical impact that violence has on them, on their children, and society as a whole. Having more women leaders at the table means addressing the representation of important groups of human society that have historically been marginalized and silenced. We must aspire to have more women in leadership and decision-making roles, domestically and in the international system. I wanted to give another example of the Akayesu case, but I believe that I do not have time to do that. But let me just end by saying this. Societies that practice gender inequality lose out on collective success. They do not, in effect, fully benefit from the energy, the talents, and the contribution of an important segment of the population in an ever-competitive world. And this is patently self-defeating. In short, gender inequality stunts the progress and the true promise of humanity. Let us do better. Let us do better than our past and build a brighter, collective future together. Thank you.
Thank you. You may stay. Thank you so much, Dr. Fatou Bensouda. I'm sure our experts here have questions for you. I think I want to start with you, Karen, because this is your field.
Yeah, I prepared some questions, but I think, okay. Beyond increasing representation in courts, of course, what concrete solutions have you seen for improving women's access to justice and legal participation, especially those women that are marginalized or come from conflict zones?
Thank you for that question. I think I touched on some of it in my presentation. But what I can say is that it is high time we do as much as we can to also ensure that women occupy leadership roles, not just domestically, but also at the international level. Indeed, I wanted to cite the example of Akayesu, where the judges of the ICC, amongst whom Justice Navi Pillay was there, from South Africa, who, when she analyzed the evidence of the prosecutor, suggested to them to charge for sexual and gender-based crimes, which they did, and which, when it came back, is one of the most progressive jurisprudence that we have today, in which it was followed in other courts. And that was the first time that genocide was defined as also rape, constituting rape. So this is one important aspect that we all must work on to ensure that women also have a voice at the table. Women suffer more during conflict, women and children, during conflict, but when there are attempts at resolving that conflict, everybody else is there except the woman who suffers and who did not make any decision for that conflict to take place. It took place amongst men. And then, unfortunately, the woman suffers. So this is one very important aspect that I believe in, that when we are given the opportunity to be there, to make the decisions, to have leadership roles, things will be different. I cited the policy I made. When I was there as chief prosecutor of the ICC, just before 2 years into my leadership, I came out with one of the most progressive policy papers on sexual and gender-based crimes. I think some of you in the audience will know about that. So that's one of the areas. We could go on and on. And also to ensure that we are not working in our different corners. Let us work together. We have to work together. We have to collaborate. We have to cooperate to be able to bring these issues to light, like what is happening right now. And fortunately, it's covered all around the world. These are some of the things that we really need to do. And of course, to stand up and speak out. This is also important. We must stand up and speak out for what we believe, work with each other, and also ensure that we help those who are coming after us. One person, I think it's Navi Pillay, who said before that as a woman, when you get to the top of the ladder, your only duty is to look back and ensure that the ladder is still there for others to climb up. We need to do that.
Thank you. Well said. We have time for one more very short question to Fatou Bensouda. Anyone?
Yes, I have a question. I feel like I'm part of a Monty Python sketch and I should be shouting, I am the Spanish Inquisition. But we're not. Dr. Fatou, we're not. To me, it seems like international diplomacy is failing women and women's rights for geopolitical, economic, other reasons. In your experience within the international legal system, can that system remedy that, or is that system also just part of the geopolitical games that are being played?
I am personally convinced that that system can remedy that if applied as it should. This is really where the problem lies. Because if you look at the legal arena, if you look at the different laws, starting not even from the Geneva Conventions, but many, many laws have been enacted to help settle conflicts, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. It's all there. And the Rome Statute, I think, came to embody all of these beliefs that we have had, the legal norms that we have practiced, it came to embody it. So the structure is there. What is important now is the application. We must not sacrifice these horrendous crimes at the altar of political convenience. We must not do that. And unfortunately, a lot of that is happening right now. But if we only were to apply the law and ensure that we apply it correctly, as I always say, without fear or favor, I believe that we can do a big difference in the law. You've seen what is happening at the ICJ. You've seen what is happening currently at the ICC. So let this international institution be empowered, really, without interference, to be able to do their job. And I think we would find a solution.
Thank you, Dr. Fatou Bensouda. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And now we move over to the second speaker in this session. She will be speaking from the business sector's point of view. She's co-founder of a company called The Case for Her. She's investing in women's health and solutions to improve women's situation. And how can that help women's rights in the world today? Let's hear from Kristina Ljungberg.
Thank you. It's an honor to be speaking here today. Thank you. Money is one of the most powerful tools to address large global inequities. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Kristina Ljungberg, the co-founder of The Case for Her, and I will be presenting a case study from our own work. The Case for Her is a partnership between two women where we have aligned two foundations and two investment companies. And we've decided to address highly stigmatized key women's health issues through moving our financing. At The Case for Her, we have 3 investment portfolios focused on menstrual health, sexual health and pleasure, and global access to medication abortion. In these 3 portfolios, we strive to move all kinds of capital. We're a bit capital agnostic. We just believe in moving our funding in the most appropriate way possible. We leverage our money so that we can be fast, flexible, and highly risk tolerant. And our objective is to use our funding to get our foot in the door, build credibility, leverage this learning portfolio to drag ourselves up a learning curve, and to advocate on the global level for these women's health areas. I would like to talk about our investment portfolio over the last 15 years addressing global menstrual health. And as I mentioned, in that portfolio, we move grant funding, impact investing, and even venture capital. Some examples of the grants or donations that we've made in that portfolio would be specifically thinking about how can we de-risk these investment spaces for the next scale funders. You will find that for the last 6 years, we've invested in establishing metrics for the next funders to measure the impact and the return on their investments because they will demand that. And now we're validating those in over 15 countries. We are the original funder or donor to the Swedish Institute of Standards for 3 years to start a global campaign to establish global ISO standards, consumer standards for menstrual products. It's amazing that we haven't had those given the intimacy of those products. And finally, the last example, we made an early seed investment or donation through UNICEF to launch Aki, a technology platform which is used as a menstrual tracking app and a dictionary of sexual health in one's pocket. With that seed funding, today, the app is being used in over 70 countries in 25 languages by over 1 million women and mostly adolescent girls. In the impact space, we've deployed investment capital into companies like AfriPads in Uganda, where with our seed funding, they built a factory and have distributed cloth reusable menstrual pads to over 5 million women and girls. We've invested in the Mozambique Colombian company B-Girl that distributes menstrual panties along with curriculum and education through UN organizations and governments across West Africa. We've invested in a German company called Wild that is working at the intersection of climate and menstrual health by manufacturing seaweed or kelpons. We've invested in a UK company called Fluss that is manufacturing the world's first certifiable flushable menstrual pad with global implications. And the final one, Egal, pads on a roll, putting menstrual pads on a roll, making sure that those are available in public restrooms, establishing that menstrual products are essential items, just like toilet paper. The final investment tranche is venture capital. My co-funder, Wendy, and I realized that if we were really going to change this space for women, we needed to invest in women in VC. So we very intentionally invest in first-time and emerging female fund managers that give us exposure to over 100 companies in the femtech space. We've made the case, we've presented the evidence, and we're de-risking the investment in women's health for larger, slow-moving funders in foundations and governments and bilaterals. And we see hundreds of millions of dollars starting to move on the back of these initial seed investments. But I would like to finish my comments today by saying we're in the middle of a great capital transition. Wealth is being transferred to women. They're earning it. They are inheriting it. They're outliving their partners. And it's my deep belief that women will do money differently. Women are going to align their money with their values, and they are going to make sure that their investment portfolios reflect the very people that they are. And lastly, as we're seeing pipeline and we're talking with VC funds, it's very clear that they have a preference for women as funders, as investors, as donors, because not all funding is equal. There's a quality to capital that matters, that it has empathy, that has lived experiences of the opportunities that it's addressing, and that it has the grit to stick around and get the job done. So in conclusion, we're proving it can be done as we've been seeding this space and providing the evidence for impact and return, and we see the funding coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Christina. And Laila Bukhari, you represent the business sector in this panel. I give the word to you first.
Absolutely. Christina, thank you for the work you do and for your presenting your powerful case. I'd like to ask you, you've already mentioned quite a few mechanisms or partnerships that you're engaged in. What other innovative partnerships would you like to see? If you were to, in an ideal world, what would you like to see in the area of promoting women's health needs? But I'd also like to add on that, and that is because we know we live in a world where sexual and reproductive rights are increasingly becoming politicized. They're in regress. And I wonder if it's even more difficult now. You say money is there and it's floating, but is it really, with the donors realizing that we live in this political world and these rights are increasingly sensitive?
Thank you so much for that question. I think that the private sector, and specifically philanthropy, can be a great partner because I think that it can move differently, as I spoke about before. Philanthropy can really be fast, flexible, and highly risk tolerant, and really addressing these backlashes. I think that philanthropy needs to be reframed as an asset class, actually. It's an asset class that's on the front of the spectrum with minus 100% return expectation. And so with 0% return expectation. So with that being said, with 0% return expectation, I think we need to lean on it and really move it in the way that it's best suited, which is to be the most innovative, most highly flexible, and most, well, I'd like to say badass. So I think we need to rethink about that. With philanthropy, there's a new thing called fast grants. I know at the Case for Her, we invested in a portfolio called Repro Grants, which is really taking advantage of those philanthropic qualities. And it's small tranches of funding that are moving quickly, that are allowing research and innovation to start so that that next less risk-tolerant funding can come in. The last example that I want to give is an example from Sweden, where I'm based, around the drug mifepristone. There's an amazing researcher, MD, PhD, that's been working at Karolinska Institute for her whole entire career, over 40 years, with mifepristone. She's probably the world's leading expert on mifepristone. And for those, most of us in the audience, I think, remember that that's known as the abortion drug and has been in the US Supreme Court recently. She partnered together with a Dutch MD, PhD activist named Rebecca Gompertz, and those two had one career-defining thing that they wanted to do. They wanted to do a European clinical trial of mifepristone as a non-hormonal contraceptive because it's a progesterone blocker. And with their reputations and experience, they were actually able to crowdfund $500,000. So pretty impressive, but not enough for a clinical trial. And when I met them, I couldn't believe that, two women, top of their careers, didn't have $1 million annual slush fund. I mean, top of their game. So the result has been that 18 individual female philanthropists, 2 of them in the room today, pooled our funding, spent all of our social capital, and we are funding those clinical trials. So we're getting creative, and philanthropy can get the job done.
Thank you. That's 2 sectors working together as well. Very inspiring. We can take one more question. Karen, would you like to go?
Okay. I was not prepared for this. I'm really sorry. Now I do. I actually, because I am a designer, and I did my thesis about how basically the world is not designed for women. And I've seen it's very well documented, this gender gap in healthcare research and design as well, with many of women's issues underfunded and understudied. What are some successful models for closing this gap, and how can we incentivize investors to prioritize women's health innovations?
So you're correct. There's a massive data and research gap in the women's health space. But I'm super optimistic, actually. Closing the women's health gap is actually a $1 trillion opportunity to improve lives and economies, as stated by McKinsey, released a report at World Economic Forum this year. So it's a massive, massive opportunity. And what I'm feeling from my space where I'm sitting is that there's an explosion of discussion in the women's health space. I'm sure you've all seen it around menstrual health, menopause, the rest. And I think in this explosion of discussion, we have a lot of information coming out in mainstream media, not the data and research, but there's really a dialogue in mainstream media. And we're also seeing that through social media, influencers, and not just any influencers, but doctors and researchers are actually talking about their many decades of evidence. They're writing books. And I think this explosion of information is informing the general public, who's then establishing more awareness, but also questions about their body, which I think is driving and pulling a demand for research and evidence-based products and services, which I think in turn that demand is going to drive funding. So I'm really seeing a cycle of funding and information and research. So I'm hopeful.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Christina.
Thank you.
The next sector we shall visit is politics. But what's the best policy for improving women's rights on a global scale? Our next speaker has spent many years trying to find the right answer to that question. Isabelle Rome is Ambassador for Human Rights and former Minister of Gender Equality in France. She will be speaking in French, so put your headsets on. Welcome, Isabelle Rome.
Excellences, Mesdames.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ali, Kiana, I would like to thank the Nobel Peace Center for having organized this conference. This is a very important conference for women's rights, and thank you for inviting me to address you. When women's rights are trampled upon, there's no peace possible. We can only achieve peace in the world when no woman is raped, oppressed, or the victim of violence. I have a very special thought today for Narges Mohammadi, who is Nobel Peace Prize laureate for 2023 and who is still imprisoned in Iran. I have experience as a judge, as a former minister in charge of women and man equality. I'm a diplomat today, and I have two messages I'd like to share with you today. The first one is that women's rights and gender equality cannot go forward without strong political will. A second message I'd like to share: what one law can do, the next law can undo. So we really need this type of rights as an international dimension. We need to guarantee them beyond regime changes, beyond months passing, and beyond our borders. We cannot have any going forward for women's rights or gender equality without a strong political will. Equality is a will. Equality is a struggle, and it's not self-evident. We should really be careful. We hear public discourse trying to have us believe that habits are evolving and that equality between men and women will just happen by itself. But that's not true. There are always obstacles. There are also always stereotypes that will prevent that type of evolution that should be natural according to certain people. If we want equality, we need public policy that is ambitious. We need binding laws. Some examples. In France, laws. We have laws on gender equality in politics, laws dating back to 2000. If we look at the figures, in 1997, there were 11% of women at our national parliament. Today, we have 36% women. If you look at gender equality in companies and company boards, if you look at the situation today in France, well, it's the first country when it comes to having female representation in company boards. We also need a coordinated public policy. The president in France put his will behind that, and gender equality is one of the big causes he has defended during his 2 mandates. As a minister in one of his governments, I coordinated a governmental plan with over 10 ministries over 4 years and 160 measures that were going to be taken against violence, for economic and professional equality, for health, and for a culture of education. Unfortunately, history shows us that when political regimes change, when there's a crisis, well then rights can see a rollback. And unfortunately, we have a number of examples of that in Iran, in Afghanistan, and in other countries as well. What needs to be done is that women's rights get an international dimension so that they can be promoted and so that they can be guaranteed. They need to be durable. In our French Republic, the right to abortion is now part of the constitution. That's really a big step forward, and we hope to be an inspiration for other countries. We have new political voices, but this will stay, even if the political landscape changes radically. Defending women's rights, defending girls' rights, defending gender equality on an international level guarantees them all the better. That is the objective of a feminist foreign policy that about 15 countries are behind. France is one of them, and this has been happening since 2019. This is a sort of international coalition for women and girls' rights and gender equality. It's a coalition through the group Feminist Foreign Policy. France will host its next conference in 2025, and we really hope that the group can grow even more. This type of feminist diplomacy is a work of advocacy we're doing on different types of subjects in different international organizations. It concerns access to sexual and reproductive rights. Very concretely, in France, more than half of our development aid has to integrate the question of gender equality, with the goal being to reach a figure of 75% by 2025. We also mobilized 250 million euros in order to help feminist organizations everywhere in the world. We have a specific development fund for that. Fighting violence against women and girls is a political priority, and we also need to fight against all types of violence. That's why we have launched a laboratory against violence online in order to be able to develop with other states, other organizations, a number of concrete projects for prevention of violence and for sharing of good practices. We are stronger together. If we are more numerous, we'll be all the stronger. States, civil society organizations, private companies. If we can guarantee women's and girls' rights in different countries and in time, if you want to be free yourself, that means you also want to see others free. That's what Simone de Beauvoir said. And I think that is one of the most ambitious actions we can have in politics. For women, for girls, half of humanity really, they are not equal to the other half, and they're not as free as the other half. But for that half of humanity, we need to fight even more. We need to be united. Women, life, freedom.
Too many years of prison for Narges. Her fight is our fight. For democracy, for freedom, we have to join our voices. Thank you.
You can stay for the questions. Merci beaucoup, Isabelle Rome. I think that the policy sector is also the field of Laila Bukhari, because before she worked in the business sector, she used to work in the political sector. So, Laila, do you have a question for Madame Isabelle Rome?
Of course I do, bien sûr. Ambassador, thank you for your intervention, and thank you for being the champion that you are. We need more of you in politics as well. And that's been from a country where there are a lot of female champions, but globally we need more champions in politics. My question to you, Ambassador Rome, is the French government and yourself, as we've just heard, have been very strong advocates for a French feminist foreign policy. And you exemplify it with the coalition that you're building as well. Now, when I was in government, we were critical to this and asked ourselves the question, what difference does it really make? What difference do you think it really makes to your foreign policy that this concept was introduced? And how would you answer critics who say this is a mere symbolic move?
Je réponds en français.
In French. Well, I think there are 3 reasons and 3 pieces of proof, really, that this type of policy works. A feminist foreign policy. Well, concretely, when we look at our development aid, well, there are conditions that this type of aspect needs to be included. And a second thing, the fact that there's an international coalition between states and that we need to make larger, I think that's really important in order to maintain pressure on the international scene. Because we see that there's also a movement of rollback for rights, women's rights and human rights more largely. So I really think that we don't give up, that's really important. Sometimes those international declarations don't seem very efficient, but if they weren't there, well, then we'd leave, everything open for those who want to trample on our rights. So I think we need to maintain this pressure by international institutions. A third thing, and that's a reason maybe more internal to each and every state. The state that has a feminist external policy, foreign policy, needs to be coherent on the internal level. Because, of course, if you have a feminist foreign policy, and if you only have, big declarations, well, then it's an illusion. If you want something efficient concretely, well, then it needs to really echo on the national level. And, well, at the foreign ministry on the national level, you need a policy that allows women to be in charge. You need women leaders, women ambassadors, an active policy against sexism, allowing a better balance between professional life and personal life. That is really what a feminist foreign policy is, that you will apply on the national level as well. You need to be proactive on the national level in order to promote gender equality and fight violence against women. So I think it's really a booster to have a feminist foreign policy.
Yeah, I mean, you are inspiring. I mean, but I think the policies that you make tell the truth. Consistent policies over time, regardless of what political wind is there, regardless of whether you put a label on the foreign policy or not. So, I beg to differ maybe, but I hear your point.
Thank you. At the Nobel Peace Center, we listen to each other's arguments. That's called dialogue. We're very into that here. So we have time for one more question. Anyone? Karen wants to jump in.
Okay. Actually, I think a little in the same line that Leila. I wanted to ask, how can we actually ensure that the feminist foreign policy are truly inclusive of women from the global south? And how marginalized communities can access, what strategies are key to make sure that the FFP addresses the unique challenges of the regions of the global south, marginalized communities, and actually leads to improve their lives?
Je pense que cette politique.
Well, I think this feminist foreign policy is in line with a much larger, broader policy. You mentioned the impact of different crises, the climate crisis, the effects of wars on living conditions, of course, and thus on women's rights. We always know that there's a stronger impact on women from these crises than on men. So promoting women's rights means integrating, of course, the climate aspect into it, and the social environment. What we need to do is ensuring that this type of policy is positive for all, that it includes everyone. That's why I mentioned our development aid. I think the fact that our development aid is conditioned, well, that means our development aid will go to the most exposed women. And I think we can have a more gender equal policy through that. Of course, I know it's not perfect. And of course, I'm not here to say that everything is all right. But I just want to show that there can be a political will behind this, and that politics can also change the world. Politics, it's not only words, speeches, it's just not only elections and calculations. It can be changing the world as well. At least that's how I saw my job as minister. If you don't want to change the world, if you don't want to improve the world for everyone, well then, stay out of politics.
Thank you very much, Madame Ambassadeur. The concept of gender apartheid has already been used many times here today to describe the treatment of women in countries like Iran and Afghanistan. But in international law, apartheid is described as discrimination on the grounds of race and not of gender. The End Gender Apartheid campaign works to change this, and they want to include gender discrimination in the definition of apartheid. And here to explain why is Akila Radhakrishnan, Strategic Legal Advisor for the Atlantic Council, and she represents the campaign here today. Akila, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests. It's an immense honor for me to be speaking to you all today about the End Gender Apartheid campaign. So, as we've heard earlier, 2 weeks ago, the Taliban published a new law that makes women's very voices illegal in public. The latest of 95 laws, decrees, and restrictions aimed at subjugating women in Afghanistan. In Iran, a recent uptick in the executions of those protesting the Iranian regime's gender-based oppression without due process has reached alarming levels. There's no question that we are living in a world of dangerous regression on gender, on women's rights. We see this rollback around the world today through the pervasive use of sexual violence in conflict, systematic attacks on reproductive rights, and the stubborn persistence of, and even increases in, gender inequality. And then there's what's happening in places like Afghanistan and Iran, where the very logic of governance is premised on systematic domination and oppression based on gender. This has a name, gender apartheid. On March 8th, 2023, on International Women's Day, dozens of prominent Afghan and Iranian jurists and women's rights defenders launched the End Gender Apartheid campaign, urging the international community to recognize gender apartheid as a crime under international and domestic law. The concept has been quickly picked up as a descriptive term and been used by key UN actors, including the Special Rapporteurs on Iran and Afghanistan, the Working Group on Discrimination Against Women and Girls, the Secretary General, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and the Executive Director of UN Women. But the campaign's call is not merely to use the term to describe the situation in these countries, it's to codify the crime. This is where Afghan and Iranian women and LGBTQI+ lawyers, judges, and activists were joined by international lawyers and experts to develop a codification strategy to create a campaign that would translate lived experiences into legal reality. This resulted in a joint letter and legal brief endorsed by over 100 prominent figures, including some we've heard from today, including Nobel laureates Shirin Ebadi, Narges Mohammadi, Malala Yousafzai, former heads of state Gurr Brundtland and Mary Robinson, and Fatou Bensouda, who we heard from earlier today. The letter and the brief urged states to codify gender apartheid in the draft Crimes Against Humanity Treaty that is currently under consideration by the UN General Assembly. To date, since the legal campaign was launched in October 2023, 11 countries have already expressed their openness to codification in the treaty. The codification of new crimes often occurs as a response to a heinous situation or conflict. For example, genocide out of the Holocaust, apartheid out of Southern Africa, and forced pregnancy out of Bosnia. However, codification is not an abstract pursuit. Both the very process and end result of codifying gender apartheid can have a positive impact on the rapidly deteriorating situations for women and girls in Afghanistan and Iran. Now, we've heard a lot about those situations here earlier today. So first, even talking about gender apartheid puts a spotlight on the totalizing system of gender discrimination that exists in these countries, impinging on every aspect of a woman's life. By focusing on the whole system of oppression, it requires the international community to look at the full picture of the laws, policies, and practices that form this institutionalized system of oppression and domination, and makes clear that narrow concessions on one issue, for example, dress codes, are insufficient. Second, as it did in the context of apartheid in South Africa, the framework of gender apartheid can help states and international organizations clearly understand their legal obligations to avoid any part or complicity in apartheid systems. The apartheid framework can help to mobilize diplomatic, legal, and social movements of resistance and center accountability as a precondition to engagement. And finally, codification can help to provide a clear legal avenue to hold individual and state perpetrators to account for the specific harms that were committed and to prevent similar atrocities in the future. Today, we stand on a dangerous precipice where the world seems to be moving towards engagement with and legitimation of both the Taliban and the Iranian regimes, without meaningful regard for how both regimes are systematically decimating the lives of women and girls. The failure of the international community to take meaningful action in face of such egregious violations only emboldens and enables these regimes to deepen their discriminatory systems. For example, the Taliban's recent publication of its 114-page law on the promotion of virtue and prevention of vice is no doubt the direct result of the impunity accorded to them, including by the UN allowing them to dictate the terms of the most recent set of political negotiations, excluding women from the table and women's rights from the agenda. The message the UN and the whole international community sent at that moment was that they will continue to bend over backwards to accommodate the Taliban no matter what. Meanwhile, women's faces are erased, their voices silenced, and they slowly disappear from their own homes, communities, and society. The codification of gender apartheid is the best chance at fighting back against this erasure by giving a name to the experiences of women, by creating a framework for legal action. It not only subverts what regimes such as the Taliban and Iranian authorities aim to do, but it also puts women, girls, and LGBTQI+ individuals back at the center. Thank you.
Thank you, Akila Radhakrishnan. Now I want to hand it over to you, Jon Peder.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for a lovely intervention, Akila. But I have to be, I hope I don't come over as a disillusioned old man. To some extent, I am a disillusioned old man, so maybe that's right. No, but I think everybody in this room agree that already the regimes in both Iran and Afghanistan are violating international law across the board. And we also, I think, all agree that there are not enough intervention. As I said in another question, the diplomatic world is bowing down to geopolitical questions. Why are you, and I know many others in this room, working so hard to introduce a new legal term? And what sort of concrete difference do you think that will mean in the lives of, for instance, the women in Afghanistan?
Sure. No, thank you so much. I think the short answer is that norms matter, and giving name and stigmatizing what is going on and what people are experiencing matters, right? So instead of talking about Afghanistan, I'm going to talk about abortion, which we've talked about a lot here today. But with abortion, right, no human rights treaty named abortion in it except the Maputo Protocol in Africa, which was, a regional treaty that was made. But it mattered that we started to develop human rights norms through treaty bodies, through international law, to actually say that abortion is a fundamental right. What we've seen, we've talked about the regression in abortion rights in the last 30 years, including in the United States, but the vast majority of what we've seen is since those norms have existed in the international framework, is that we've seen progress on abortion almost at every level. There's only 3 countries in the world since the year 2000 that have actually rolled back the right to abortion, right? The majority, and Karen, you talked about some of the countries that move forward positively, and I think it's because it's important to set a norm and say that there's something that we're aspiring for and fighting for. So yes, compliance is, often a question that we ask. Here, what the women of Afghanistan and Iran are saying is that there's not a term for what they are experiencing. It's not mere discrimination, which exists in every country that we look at, right? Every country faces gender discrimination. What they're looking at is an entire system of governance, and that system of governance is being used to completely suffocate them. And so we need to give a name to their experience. That's what the call is. And I think that by giving legal terms, we can have accountability. Prosecutor Bensouda talked about the Akiyesu case. It was imperative that we actually started to, that case and that legal norm that came out of it was actually what helps us now be in a place where you have Dr. Mukwege winning a Nobel Peace Prize for fighting sexual violence and conflict, because for the longest time, sexual violence was not treated as anything in war. It was treated as a byproduct of war. So having those legal norms, creating these legal precedents makes a difference, and particularly for women's experiences, where we often look away rather than look directly and confront what they're facing, it means, I think, that much more.
Thank you. Thank you, Akila Radhakrishnan. And thank you to our panel of experts, Karen Mossen-Ferrer, Jon Peder Egenes, Laila Bukhari. Give them a big hand. Before we move further, I just want to check in with Sri Srinivasan. How have the digital audience reacted to what they've heard in this session?
The response has been terrific. Lots of comments, lots of people giving thumbs up, lots of people asking more questions, and of course we don't have time for that, but I'm hoping that our wonderful speakers will get a chance to go online and look at some of the questions with people watching in Iran, where people watching around the world and responding to these solutions as a way of moving forward. In the background, you can hear the music of the Nobel Peace Festival, which is about to start, and so there's a lot of excitement for that also in our physical audience.
Thank you, Sri, and thank you for keeping in touch with the online audience. Now we're about to move on. One dedicated Nobel Peace Prize laureate who was not able to be here today, but she was prevented from traveling. That is Maria Ressa. She's a tireless defender of freedom of speech and also a fighter against tyranny and misogyny that she herself has been targeted by as a journalist and editor working in the Philippines. She has sent us a video greeting to keep in our hearts as we leave the conference today. This is Maria Ressa.
Hello, I'm Maria Ressa. How I wish I was there with you today, but I know that you have just ended a time where you've taken stock of what is happening to women around the world, to democracies around the world, to the rise of authoritarian rule, and how women are leading the charge. Thank you to the Nobel Peace Center for gathering us together. The last time Dmitry Muratov and I were there, we launched a 10-point action plan that still is necessary for cleaning up our information ecosystem. Boils down to just the 3 buckets that are incredibly important to have: integrity of information, so that we can begin to feed facts to our communities and move our communities to act. Bucket number 1 is stop surveillance for profit. Bucket 2, stop coded bias, because if you are a woman, LGBTQ+, if you are marginalized in the real world, you're you're further marginalized online. And then finally, the third one is journalism as an antidote to tyranny. Tyranny is what Nargis Mohammadi is fighting. And that's part of the reason that you've been talking about how do we handle this, because it has spread globally. We are literally electing illiberal leaders democratically, and that goes through the corruption of our information ecosystem, where big tech has become the catalyst, right? And it is now part of a dictator's playbook. I wish you courage, solidarity, strength to continue to work together, to move forward, and to know that, from the worst, there is always time to bring a community together, to push for things to get better. What's happened to us in the Philippines, we've moved from hell to purgatory. It's far from perfect, but it is better, and we couldn't have done it without our community, without you. So now we come together around Nargis Mohammadi. Let's call for her freedom. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Maria Ressa for sharing her thoughts on today's topic. And now to sum up today, I want you to welcome Director of the Nobel Peace Center, Kjersti Fløgstad, back on stage. Kjersti, the last minutes are yours.
Thank you so much, Ingvild. And before I do my closing remarks, I do want to thank my wonderful colleagues here at the Nobel Peace Center, who have pulled this amazing conference together. We are a small team, and we have done literally everything ourselves. You are absolutely wonderful. And a special thanks and a big gratitude to the brilliant Ingvild. You are not only the host today, but you are also the brain and the main creator of this conference. I love you, and I'm so grateful. And last, a big thanks to our good friend Shri. You're on the screen, helping us to reach out to the world with all these important messages, and have creating such an engagement among thousands of viewers out there. It's very much appreciated. Please help me give our dream team a big hand. And now some closing remarks. I started doing notes on all the good points that were said during this day, and I found that would be totally useless because it would be too much time. But let me just say, Ali and Kiana has a special gift of making statements. The Nobel Peace Prize is not just a trophy, it's a tool, said Ali Rahmani. I'm so impressed and thankful by how Nargis, her children Kiana, Shireen Ebadi, Maria Ressa, and all of the wonderful laureates are using the Nobel Peace Prize as a tool to create change. At the Nobel Peace Center, we do everything or our utmost to support them utilize the tool. And we are very, very proud of the creation of the new Nargis, Free Nargis Coalition. Congratulations. The presence here in Oslo of Memorial's Oleg Orlov, who has just been released from the Russian prison, is a physical proof that the Free Nargis Coalition is not naive and that there is hope. Women's rights are our common fight. Throughout the day, we have heard impressive and moving stories about repression of women, but more so, we have heard about hope and solutions. We have heard repeatedly today that women need to be heard. They need to participate, and they need to enjoy their freedom. It is their basic right. It will lead to democracy and peace. And we have also learned it is also economically wise. So why doesn't it happen? I think we heard also some ideas about that. But Henrik Udall ended his intervention by saying, the future is not given, the future is something we create. It has struck me, everyone on stage today are creators of the future. It has been a great inspiration, and thank you so much. We have, however, also been reminded that without accountable measures from governments and the international community, all of us, and young people in particular, are in danger of losing hope because we don't see the changes promised. In the beginning of the conference, Shirin Ebadi provided a fascinating and personal story on how Narges Mohammadi became such a strong activist. I do hope that the energy in this room somehow will travel to Evin prison in Iran to keep her hope up. And let us all keep the inspiration and hope with us as we leave the room just in a few minutes. Let's continue fighting, making sure the energy and our aspirations are continuously heard by governments. And finally, let us hold those in power accountable to providing and protecting women and human rights for all to enjoy. With that, we all have to continue keep our hopes high. So with that, I will thank you so much for joining us today and giving us such an energy in this room. And thank you so much to all the speakers for everything that you have given us here today. Thank you so much.
Free Nargis.
Enough is enough. Free Nargis now.
Free Narges Mohammadi now.
Free Nargis now.
Free Nargis.
We at Frontline Defenders demand the Islamic Republic authorities to free Narges Mohammadi immediately and unconditionally.
Наргиз повинна быть свободная.
Release Nargis Mohammadi.
Свободу Наргиз. Свободу Наргиз. Free Наргиз. Пора освободить камеры для ее палачей. Free Наргиз.
Free Nargis Mohammadi.
Stand with Nargis. در حالتی که تنها کاری که او میکند دفاع از حقوق بشر و حقوق مردم ایرانی.
As a member of the steering committee of the Free Nargis Coalition, we call on the international community to stand in solidarity and do everything in their power to help free Nargis Mohammadi and others who are unjustly jailed in Iran for their free expression.
We must support the freedom fighters in Iran and those who speak out.
Free Nargis, no to execution in Iran.
Free Nargis Mohammadi and all political prisoners in Iran.
There are many other women in Iran also face the same injustice, the same dictatorship. They are sacrificing, they are struggling for freedom, justice, rule of law, and the women's rights. I call for the freedom of every woman in Iran. I call for the freedom of my sister Nobel laureate, Narges Mohammadi. Free Narges Mohammadi now.
So moving.
Okay, we're off air. I just want to thank every one of you for coming, for being such a great...
This brings us to the end of the online portion and the entire conference of the Nobel Peace Conference at the Nobel Peace Center in Oslo. Thank you so much for joining us. The conversation continues. Please use the hashtag #FreeNargis and use Nobel Peace Center, Nobel Peace Conference, and Woman, Life, Freedom. I'm reading Woman, Life, Freedom, 10 Memories of Narges Mohammadi, Nobel Prize Laureate 2023. Incredible work here, so important. And if you get to Oslo at some point, please make sure you visit the Nobel Peace Center, the amazing exhibitions here, as well as the bookshop, and learn and study and understand why the Nobel Peace Prize matters to the world. And we are, if you're watching us live and you happen to be in Oslo already, don't forget to check out the Nobel Peace Festival, which is happening outside. Music, food, and so much more. Great activities. And please check out nobelpeacecenter.org. Follow the website. Follow on social media, on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and you will see all this great content, as well as a special digital exhibition about the work of Yoko Ono for peace. Thank you very much, everybody. On behalf of the entire team here at the Nobel Peace Center and the Nobel Peace Conference, we thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting us. I'm Sri Srinivasan. Thank you, and see you online. Bye-bye.